you for joining this August gathering. I, Purishinder Singh, on behalf of Cuts International, would like to welcome everybody to our second workshop of the series Defense News Conclave, Stories of US-India Defense and Security Partnership. Before we dive into the informative and fruitful discussion, just setting out some house announcements. Today's event will have two panel discussions. The first panel discussion will be of 1 hour and 45 minutes, after which we will break out for a lunch session, and post which at 1:30 we would regroup in this room for our second session. I would encourage the members of the panel to keep their cameras on during the session. Also, please keep your microphones on mute unless you are speaking. It is encouraged that the audience member post their questions indicating relevant speakers in the chat box to make the session more interactive. So just to let you know, we'll be also joining by Zoom participants, and I would request everybody to please keep their phones either on airplane mode or on silent mode. Now with this, let's dive in with our opening remarks. I will request Pradeep Mehta, Secretary General Cuts International, to deliver his opening remarks. Yes, sir.
Let me add to his welcome on my behalf as well to this particular event, which, as most of you would know, is part of a series of events that we are organizing in order to build a better awareness about the kind of relationship that we have with the US in terms of defense issues. That, as I was talking to some of us behind, that seems to be now an inevitable process, in the sense, looking at the geopolitics that we see. This is going to be the best future that we can think of. To begin with, let me thank the US Department of State and the US Consulate General of Calcutta for supporting us in this project, which is titled, very oddly, Defense News Conclave, Stories of US-India Defense and Security Partnerships. The idea is ultimately to end up into a bigger conclave sometime in February or March. And these are a series of workshops which are going to be sort of run up to this particular conclave. Now, through this project, we are organizing a series of meetings, both in person as well as virtual and hybrid. Like this is hybrid. But when we started the project at that time, we did have one or two physical workshops, but mostly they were virtual because of the COVID situation. Now, most of the stakeholders that we had in these meetings, including journalists, and we have some of them, including a very dear friend of mine from the Economic Times, Dipanjan Rajwati. Those of you who read the Economic Times will see Dipanjan's dispatches every day. Defense experts, former armed forces personnel who are here. It's very delightful, and media professionals and community leaders among others. The US-India cooperation started almost 25 years ago, with the aftermath of the nuclear test conducted by India in May 1998. A series of dialogues held between the former US Deputy Secretary of State Stroke Tarver and former External Affairs Minister of India, Sri Jaswant Singh, father of Colonel Amrinder Singh here, had a series of dialogues in order to understand the strategic compulsions and explore convergence. In addition to these efforts, US President Bill Clinton's visit to India in March 2000 set the countries on a new path of trust-based cooperation. This followed and ushered in an era of positive diplomacy between the two countries. designating India as a major defense partner in 2016, signing of foundational agreements, defense trade and technology partnerships growing, with both countries doing more military exercises with each other, further cemented this partnership. Furthermore, both countries have the recognition of shared interests, including in the Indo-Pacific, and reiterated for an open, free, prosperous and inclusive Indo-Pacific. The size of the Indian economy has grown substantially and is going to continue to grow, and I think all of us are very proud of the way our economy is doing. And if you look at the near future, it's going to grow faster. In a recent report by Goldman Sachs, by 2075, the size of the Indian economy is expected to surpass that of the US and will be equivalent to that of China. This goes back to the 18th century when India and China were two leading economic powers of the world. So the whole clock will turn around. All this has culminated in encouraging developments, including the recognition of India as a comprehensive global and strategic partnership by the US ahead of the official state visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to the US from June 21st to 24th, which was marked by a very historic incident. He was the third political leader who had addressed the US Congress the second time. This partnership is anchored in a new level of trust and mutual understanding and enriched by the warm bonds of family and friendship that inextricably link our countries together. What has also been happening is what I have been an eyewitness to, is the increasing role of the Indian diaspora in the US politics as well as US business. A very large number of Indian origin people are in high-level places. 25 to 30 global corporations are headed by Indians, including the latest one being Ajay Banga as the president of the World Bank. I don't think any of them have an Indian passport, but yet they do have Indian soul with them to carry forward whatever little there is. During the recent G20 summit under India's presidency, India and the US reaffirmed their commitment to deepen and diversify their expansive defense partnerships through expanded cooperation, including new and emerging domains such as space and artificial intelligence, as well as accelerated defense industrial collaboration. This includes joint production of jet engines among co-production and co-development areas. The leaders also commended the India-US Defense Acceleration Ecosystem called IndusX team for establishing a robust collaboration agenda to harness the innovative work of the defense sectors in the two countries to address shared security challenges. Today, India is the only developing country that is a member of the Critical Minerals Partnership, the Artemis Accord, and the Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technologies. India is also the only South Asian country to be part of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, which has developed in the sense there is 4 pillars in it. One of them is supply chain. Now there is an agreement with the supply chain pillar. The US-India relationship is poised to grow further in the years ahead. Cooperation between the two countries strengthens US security, bolsters India's prosperity, and enriches the American society. An enormous range of Americans have a stake in the US-India relationship and expect further progress in utilizing the full potential of the US-India defense ties as it spans the scope of human endeavor from sea to space, from security to health, and from energy to education. With the vision of India being a developed country by 2047 and the US playing a major role in it. Towards further strengthening this partnership, this is the second workshop of the series, and we will be organizing 3 more workshops in the cities of Mumbai, Hyderabad and Chennai in the coming months. Among other outcomes, one key takeaway from our first workshop in Calcutta, Kolkata, on August 4th is that the legacy issues are behind us and real-time cooperation is taking place between US and Indian defense industries. This includes transfer of technology and knowledge. So, knowledge transfer happening, and most of them are not highlighted but are taking place in real time. It's not just talk but actually action. As we proceed with this series of workshops, we would have concrete outcomes which we would reflect in our timely reports. I would like to thank the wonderful audience, the distinguished audience I would say. And I'm sure we would have concrete outcomes which would reflect, which would enable us to take forward the mission of this particular project. With that, I look forward to listening to all of you, and thank you again and welcome.
Moving on, now we are joined virtually on Zoom by Colonel Arun J. Cooper, Air Attaché, Embassy of the United States of America in India. I would request you to, if you can hear me, deliver your remarks, please.
To be able to have this opportunity to speak to you all about the U.S. defense relationship with India. As previously mentioned, I am currently serving as the U.S. Air Force Attaché here in New Delhi, having worked around multiple countries in the Indo-Pacific region during my military time. I've been in India for almost 2 of my 24 years in the military, and it's quite frankly amazing to me to see how much the relationship between the U.S. and India has changed just during my short tenure here. To start, while I understand the theme of this conclave is deliverables to deliveries, I'd like to start with the view of the U.S.-India relationship from a little bit larger perspective. Deliverables and deliveries is inarguably important to the relationship, but focusing solely on those areas of cooperation and deliverables alone, I think we would miss the real progress and depth of the larger U.S.-India relationship. It's important to recognize that the U.S. and India have never been more interconnected than they are now, whether through the information connection of the internet, through global supply chains, etc. From a person-to-person standpoint, the United States and India are unquestionably interconnected, likely more than ever before. I would be surprised, quite honestly, if nearly everyone there today does not have at least one friend or family member either living or working or attending school in the United States. And as previously mentioned, some of our most prominent business leaders are Indian American, not to mention multiple political leaders, including our own current Vice President, Kamala Harris. While some have questioned whether and why the United States and India should be partners, I think a better question is not whether we should partner, but what kind of partner will we inevitably be to each other. In the modern environment, there is no single nation, whether designated by some as a developed country or a superpower, can go it alone and securely stand by itself. With the increasingly interconnected and globalized economy, it should only achieve security, in multiple areas: health, food, economic stability, defense security, by increasingly relying on and working with partners and allies. When we examine the new international order the Indo-Pacific region plays a pivotal and significantly increasingly critical role. It's clear that when you look toward the future, the Indo-Pacific's prominence in global affairs is only going to intensify. The richly diverse region is home to more than half the population of the world, nearly 2/3 of the world's economy, and 7 of the world's 10 largest militaries. Presently, Indo-Pacific nations, including India, are helping to define the very nature of the international order, with implications for countries far beyond the shores of the Indian and Pacific Oceans. Early last year, in 2022, the White House published the U.S. Indo-Pacific Strategy, highlighted our commitment to work alongside allies and partners to maintain a region that is free and open, connected, prosperous, secure, and resilient. One of the most salient features of this strategy, as I previously alluded to, is the recognition that this goal cannot be achieved alone. As we increasingly see more provocative behavior by some actors throughout the region, from the Taiwan Strait to the South China Sea to the Swahili Coast, testing the norms of responsible international conduct. These work challenges require an unprecedented level of cooperation with like-minded allies and partners who share in the vision of a free and open Indo-Pacific region. In this particular endeavor, the United States is proud to work alongside India's leadership in South Asia, Indian Ocean, as a driving force of the Quad and other multinational fora, and as an engine for regional growth and development. India has the largest GDP, as previously mentioned, of any major economy, with a young population that helps make India now in this country. The United States is steadfast in continuing to build a strategic partnership in which both of our nations work together and through regional groupings to promote stability in South Asia, as well as increased collaboration in new domains such as health, space, even cyberspace, even our economic and technological movement, and finally to contribute to a free and open Indo-Pacific. Getting down more to what we are focused on here today, an essential part of the strategic partnership, the continued growth of U.S.-India defense relationship. In 2016, the United States and India became major defense partners. This was a first for the United States, and it marked a new milestone in U.S.-India defense cooperation, as well as expanded the range and depth of our defense relationship. Senior Indian and American leaders continue to advance our strategic relationship with a vision for peace, security, and prosperity across the region. As one example, in March 2021, India hosted U.S. Defense Secretary Austin here in New Delhi, which was part of his first official trip abroad as a cabinet member of the then new President Biden's administration. And the Secretary was back in New Delhi earlier in June of this year. It's almost faster to go through the senior defense officials who haven't been to India, but since I arrived in January 2022, India has graciously hosted the Secretary of the Navy, Secretary of the Air Force, the Commander of U.S. Indo-Pacific Command, the Chief of Staff of the Army, the Chief of Naval Operations, Commander of U.S. Air Forces Pacific, Commander of U.S. Army Pacific, Commander of U.S. PAC Fleet, and Assistant Secretary of Defense Ratner, to name a few, in order to hold candid discussions on the security challenges both of our nations face and on the increasing opportunities we have to further advance our defense cooperation. Alongside our Indian defense partners, we are fostering increased cooperation through the Initiative for Critical and Emerging Technology, or ISEC, the Defense Technology and Trade Initiative, or DTTI. Military exercises, official visits and exchanges, military education and training, and the co-development and integration of advanced defense systems and platforms into the Indian Armed Forces. Each of these lines of effort serves to deepen our familiarity and interoperability between U.S. and Indian militaries, as well as the personal and unit level interactions that happen every day, which ultimately positively impact the security and stability across this region. The past 12 months have been a watershed year for our relationship, as the United States and India have taken important steps to further our strategic goals. Most recently, India's hosting of the G20 a few weeks ago. The Prime Minister and the President reaffirmed the close and enduring partnership between India and the United States, emphasizing the values that strengthen our relationship and diversify the major defense partnership. In January of this year, National Security Advisors Doval and Sullivan launched ISET together in Washington at the White House. From the defense perspective, we followed up ISET with the development of a bilateral defense industrial cooperation roadmap and are working on strengthening our innovation ecosystems through events like IndusX, boosting of supply chain resiliency, cooperation on space and next generation telecommunications, and increasing our academic partnerships and research. We are excited and look forward to putting this ambitious initiative into action in the coming months and years. The U.S. defense industry has demonstrated its commitment to partnering with India to provide high-quality, technologically advanced defense equipment and systems which are widely respected as the most operationally reliable systems in the world. The announcement in June that the US and India will co-produce the GE414 engine is just one example of our intention to be increasingly ambitious in what we can do together, building on the foundational accomplishments of some of our past foreign military sales. Currently, the Indian Air Force operates C-130Js and C-17s across a wide range of missions, from transporting relief supplies in India and abroad to sustaining Indian troops along the line of actual control during the harsh winter months to evacuating Indian citizens in times of distress. The world witnessed the global reach of India in 2021 when India used these platforms to evacuate Indian, Afghan, Nepalese, and Lebanese nationals from Kabul. Earlier this year, the Indian government sent significant humanitarian aid and supplies to Turkey following the February earthquake, as well as evacuating persons fleeing the violence in Sudan in April. Currently, the Indian Navy operates the Boeing P-8I, which provides overwatch of the land, sea, and air domains, enhancing security of India's borders and the Indian Ocean region. In addition to that, there's a rising number of joint ventures and partnerships between American and Indian defense companies, which are determined to build a strong network of defense suppliers across the country. One example is the US-made M777 ultralight howitzer, which provides critical and credible fire support across India's 15,000 kilometers of borders. Components of the M777 are tested, assembled, and integrated right here in India. Additionally, all fuselages for the AH-64 Apache combat helicopters are now produced in Hyderabad as part of a joint venture between Tata Advanced Systems and Boeing. This facility is the sole global producer of fuselages for the Apaches, which is currently employed by the armed forces of 16 countries, including both India and the United States. Over the past year, we have also been busy advancing our military-to-military engagements. Last fall, we completed the latest iteration of our bilateral special operations exercise, Jaipur, and Army exercise, Deliverables, which is India's largest bilateral exercise with any single partner. In the next few weeks, we'll be conducting the next iteration of Deliverables, this time occurring in Alaska. Last year, we also conducted this successful tri-service Tiger Triumph exercise and are on track to grow the exercise next year in 2024. In April, we conducted our major Air Force exercise, COPIA, separate locations across the country, with the exercise including fighter, transport, special operations forces, and for the very first time, the addition of B-1 bombers. Very soon, we will once again join the naval forces of India, Australia, and Japan in the Malabar exercise. Besides exercises, we've had numerous U.S. Army and Air Force members participate in a variety of courses in India from the national for the last 2 years on implementing the Enabling Defense Agreements between our two countries. The closer partnerships these agreements enable are already proving beneficial for India, giving India access throughout the region. Cooperation in defense technology exercises is momentum slowing as we near the end of this year, and we look forward to 2024. Our countries face many shared challenges. Senior defense and political leaders have regularly stated that the U.S. and India relationship is the most consequential one of the 21st century, and that sentiment currently shows no indications of changing. Our ambassador has said it very clearly. India will not find a more steadfast and proven partner than the United States. The U.S. supports India's leading role as a net security provider in the wider Indo-Pacific region as we continue to face together new and evolving global challenges. The like-minded allies and partners can defend the international order against actors and activities which are seeking to threaten the norms of international conduct, the norms in which both of our countries both unwaveringly believe. As we
from here also, thank you for layouting the background and the context for this very important issue today. Thank you again, Colonel Cooper, for your remarks. Now going further, and before further ado, we can right in the first session that we have today, which is on scope of bilateral frameworks and growing areas of convergence in US-India defense and security partnership. I would like to call upon the podium Chair and Moderator Lieutenant General Savrata Sahab, former member of the National Security Advisory Board and Deputy Chief of Army Staff. Former Indian co-chair of the US-India Defense Technology and Trade Initiative, Inter-Agency Task Force, and also Distinguished Fellow of CUTS, Washington DC Center. Malvinder Singh, Editor-in-Chief, Defense and Security Editor. Professor Manjari Singh, Assistant Professor, MET, Institute of International Studies, MET University, New Delhi. And lastly, we'll be joined virtually by Nenam Abbasu, Editor, Foreign Affairs, Strategy and National Security, ABP Live, ABP Network. Ms. Basu, are you able to hear us, see us virtually? The stage is all yours, Jansa.
Ritu, if you could get the PPT. A very good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. Shri Pradeep Mehta, very eminent panelists, both the present one and the next one that we're going to see in the afternoon. All distinguished participants of this enclave. To begin with, thank you CUTS once again for inviting me to be a part of this initiative of yours, which as Shri Pradeep Mehta and the attaché from the US Embassy has highlighted how this whole relationship is building up. To set the stage really for the rest of the day, I thought let me begin by giving you an account of this India-US Defense and Security Partnership. As you've heard, is variously described as significant. Some call it, defining. Some call it consequential. One way or the other, it all means a lot. And when some people speak English, they use a lot of words to mean the same thing. And the important thing is, yes, it is very, very significant. And the fact is, India and the US, and I saw a question in that questionnaire also, have created a wide range of strategic partnership, which I believe is driven both by interests and values. It is not only interests, it's not only values. So I think that's a significant point to remember. And of course, when we talk about values, we are talking about our belief in democratic principles, our belief in our own traditions of both the countries, and the strategic convergence and of course shared national interest, whether it is in terms of maintaining peace and security, supporting a rule-based international order, protecting free flow of commerce, defeating terrorism and violent extremism, and preventing proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. That having been said, I must highlight that despite all the convergence, yet the process of the building up or evolution of this relationship has been quite cautious and quite deliberate because of all the suspicion, the baggage of suspicion that was there on both the sides, driven by history, which we don't have time, but we can pick it up in the Q&A. Go next, please. Next slide, please. It's not working for me. Yeah. So I've tried to put on that slide, that the way this entire relationship has evolved. So if you were to start from the bottom, actually it starts a little earlier than that. It's sometime in when the end of the Soviet Union, so to speak, that we had one Lieutenant General Cloud Kicklighter, who was then the US Army component commander in the Pacific. After his visit, he went and submitted what was then known as the Kicklighter proposals. So really that is the beginning of this relationship. And when we were doing the Kolkata conclave, quite by coincidence, we had a participant who was a member of that delegation and the talks over there, and how we started our bilateral exercises. Anyway, so the first time when something substantial, documented took place was actually in 1995 when we signed. Please note that all along there has been an element of technology which has run concomitant with the rest of the relationship. So that, I think, is significant. And of course, 1998 we had the nuclear tests that took place in Pokhran, and quite an oxymoron that the heat of this, nuclear explosion of Pokhran froze our relations because of the multiplicity of sanctions that India had to go through. Well, not that those sanctions were harmful to us. Actually, a lot of indigenous development has taken place thanks to the sanctions. So sometimes the sanctions are good. But that having been said, I think it goes to the credit of Sri Jaswant Singh, who was then our External Affairs Minister. He had 18 rounds of talks spread over 2 years, which led, as Mr. Mehta brought out, ultimately Bill Clinton coming to India in 2000. And in 2003, from a military perspective, we started participating in what is called the US IMET, International Military Education and Training Program. Actually, I am also a beneficiary of that, having attended the US War College in lieu of NDC here. That's one of the courses covered under IMET. And finally, in 2005, I think we signed the new framework for US-India defense relationship, which actually charted out a very ambitious course for going into the future. This was signed by Pranab Mukherjee as the defense minister. In 2013, the joint declaration on defense cooperation was done, which essentially stated that this status of closest partners would apply in respect to the defense technology transfers, licensing, trade, research, co-development, co-production involving defense articles and services. In 2015, the same framework that we signed in 2005 was renewed, and that sort of is meant to be charting the course for the next 10 years till 2025 through defense dialogue mechanism, military-to-military interactions, exercises, and increased opportunities in defense technological collaboration. It has been highlighted twice already. On June 7, 2016, Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced the recognition, along with President Barack Obama, of India as a major defense partner. This is significant because A, for the first time, this had an endorsement of the US Congress, which I think is significant, and that is what gives it a special standing. And of course, it elevates defense trade and technology cooperation between the two countries to a new level. More important, if you look at the top of the slide, I think the 2+2 ministerial dialogue mechanism involving both the State Department and the defense on our side, the external affairs and the defense, I think actually has been able to remove a lot of the hurdles and make it easier to make the relationship a little more smooth. And India and the US have signed 4 foundational agreements that you can see on the slide over there. 2002 was the General Security of Military Information Agreement, GSOMIA, which guaranteed that the two countries would protect any classified information or technology that they shared, which is important. 2016, we signed the LEMOA Logistics Exchange Memorandum, which allowed or created a framework for sharing military logistics, which is commonplace now. 2018, we signed what's called the SISMOA, Communications and Information Security Memorandum of Agreement. I was involved with this as part of Mr. Parikar's delegation, and which is nothing else but an adapted version of the COMCASA. I recall in one of our visits in DC in Pentagon, Mr. Parikar in his very characteristic casual style told Secretary Carter that, look, why are you getting stuck by terminology? Moment you remove this COMCASA and give it a new name, you might find acceptance. He said it with such simplicity, but ultimately this is what has taken the course, because all the mindsets that were there were removed because of this simple solution to an otherwise appearingly complex problem. And I highlight this because this was important. It allowed the US to supply proprietary encrypted communication equipment to India. It would be of interest to know what the attaché was mentioning from there. Prior to this, our C-17, C-130s and P-81 were actually operating with commercially available communication equipment because CISMA was not signed. So that is the kind of change which an agreement can do. 2020 we signed the BECA, that is the Basic Exchange and Cooperation Agreement for Geospatial Intelligence. Those from the military know, but may not be talking about it, the kind of leverage that it has given to us in creating particularly maritime domain awareness of all around us. We'll leave it at that, but let's go further. Two more agreements, which actually were added, that is 2018 STA1, which is Strategic Trade Authorization 1. India got added to this list, which has been critical to easing export controls for high technology. And the second one is the Industrial Security Annex, which was signed when we had the second 2+2 dialogue in DC. This, I think, is significant because this allowed US defense companies to partner with Indian private sector. In the second panel, we have Prabodh Sharma here from Raytheon. He's been 7 years in that. I'm sure he'll highlight how this ISA helped, change the orientation of defense industries, US defense industries towards Indian defense industries. So, in May 2022, this has already been highlighted, President Biden and Prime Minister Modi, they announced the US-India initiative on critical and emerging technology, which we will be talking about much more as we go along in this panel as to how the whole thing has evolved. Now, having seen this trajectory of the partnership, let's see how does it reflect on the acquisition that India does from the US. Go next, please. Yeah, this slide showing heading also is deliverable to deliveries. This is how it gets reflected. Okay, so all the kinds of weapon systems that we have got have been mentioned by the attaché who spoke to us. India has spent almost $20 billion in defense acquisitions from US since 2008, which is a big amount of money. Our annual procurement is roughly around $16 billion. So $20 billion, of course, spread over this longish period, 2008 to 2023. You can do your maths to see how much we have been procuring from the US. And right now it keeps alternating between sometimes France, sometimes Russia, sometimes US, depending on in which year we are paying for the committed liabilities for the Rafale. So you see the graph up and down, going up and down between these three countries. I mean, the fact is, at the core of this, of course, are values, but I think is the strategic convergence on the Indo-Pacific. So let's take a look, go next please. Let's take a look at what our leadership, next slide please. Yeah, what the Prime Minister thinks about our convergence when it comes to Indo-Pacific. I will just pause for a minute for you to read. Okay, go next please. And this is how the US leadership views it. And if you were to absorb it, you see convergence, but not entire alignment. Our vision of the partnership is a lot more broad-based, an analysis of this clearly indicates that. Go next. Somewhere this is fundamental. Okay, this is fundamental, and I think this is what drives and accelerates this partnership. So it is important to just focus on what is it about China's rise that is bringing this relationship or giving strength to this relationship. The points are pretty clear. You can go through that. The fact is, while China's coercion and aggression spans the globe, but it is most acute in the Indo-Pacific. From the conflict along the line of actual control to the kind of military coercion of Taiwan to the economic coercion of Australia, almost all the countries in this region are affected by China's harmful behavior. I mean, that is fundamental. That having been said, I think it should be of concern to us, and I would draw your attention to the bullets down below: vast reserves of critical raw material and so on. 18 of 37 minerals relevant to defense applications are concentrated in China. 18 out of 37. Only 5 defense-related minerals are concentrated in the US, Australia and Canada put together. 14 are concentrated in countries which have strong diplomatic economic relationships with China and are part of the BRI. So I think that is an important one. And if you see yet, this is I am quoting from a RAND study, if you see yet another US Secretary Lloyd Austin has to say, and he underscored this in all his engagements when he was here in Delhi, the centrality of the US-India partnership to maintaining peace and security in the Indo-Pacific region. So I think this definitely is the fundamental. So to talk more on this subject today, we have a very strong panel, and to begin with, I think I would like to invite General Anil Ahuja, and as Puru told us, he is one of the pioneers of the DTTI, and he will tell us a lot on what challenges we faced on the DTTI and how by moving the ISET to the level of the NSA between the two countries, we are trying to overcome the hurdles that are there by the bureaucratic processes of both the countries. It is not India alone, it is not US alone. Both the countries have very difficult bureaucratic processes to navigate through. That is why we are trying to raise the level to the NSAs of the two countries, trying to push the ISET. So for more on this, I hand you over to General Anil Ahuja. So it's over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Okay, I think if all of us carry on now from here, we'll first of all, thank you very much to Guts and Mr. Mehta in particular for giving me this opportunity to be with these illustrious audience and to give me an opportunity to meet all old service colleagues and good friends. So it's a nice opportunity to be with you all here. I was asked to primarily touch on two aspects. One, regarding the evolution of Indo-US relationship. What was highlighted was DTTI, foundational agreements, etc., etc., and the recent initiatives. Now, in all the opening remarks by Mr. Mehta, by Defense Attaché, and by General Subrata Saha, most of the aspects of evolution, the trajectory of the evolution, the factual milestones that have been achieved have been covered, and I have no intention of repeating it because that's factual, it is available, and it's been repeatedly stated. Now let me go on to a few more things to knit these into the way they have flown, the way they are moving along, and on the recent aspects of ISET, INDUSEX, etc. And in the end, time permitting and with the permission of the chair, I would like to add towards the end what are the challenges that we are actually facing and some of the suggestions which are not applicable only to defense but also to industry but also to our innovators, which may be of help to us. So let me start. Then before we go on to evolution, what are the primary drivers of this relationship? What is it that has brought us to this level where we call it the most consequential relationship, multifaceted, the global partnership? Now, to my mind, if I look at it from the US perspective, from their perspective, there are primarily three drivers that I look at. Number one is to augment India's own efforts in building its capability to be a counterweight to China, to be a credible alternative in this region to the countries. So when this effort is complemented, when India emerges strong, we play a consequential role in the network of partnerships and alliance in the Indo-Pacific. The second driver, to my mind, is to harness India's technology proficient human resources, the kind of youth and the drive and the talent that we have, because US and India both require more hands, more heads to be put together to bridge the technology gap with China in a telescope time frame. I'm sure many of us would have seen an editorial in the Times of India a couple of days back that in a State Department funded study, it came out just a couple of months back that in 37 out of 44 technologies, including AI and robotics, China is ahead of the US. In a study which was published by CSIS in June in a paper, it came out that in next 10 years, we need 350,000 trained personnel in semiconductors alone. And out of this, the fabs that are already under processing in the pipeline, for that, what you are looking at is 7 to 9,000 people, 70 to 90,000 people in next 10 years. So the question is, we have to put our heads and hands together. This motivation, this drive is of mutual dependence. The third primary driver is the attractiveness of Indian market, whether it's the defense sector or it's the private sector, and private sector increasingly in the modern technologies. Now from the Indian perspective, what is our primary driver? Our primary driver is that we bring about economic, technological and military convergence to ultimately have the overarching political and strategic convergence. Because ladies and gentlemen, we have to understand that for a lasting relationship of this nature, what you require is strategic underpinnings. And we have to create that. If we recall our meeting between our NSAs at Washington at the launch of ISET on 30th January, Jake Sullivan very clearly said that ISET is not about ISET alone. It's not about technology alone. It's a platform for bringing about our strategic convergence. So these are our motivations. This is the reason why we are traveling the way we are traveling, as was just shown on the slide by General Saha. Now, you've all gone through that, the period of our engagement and our relationships. Now, if I was to put it, for some of our journalist friends sitting here, if I was to put it in terms of a story, I would put the period pre-2000 as a period of estrangement and post-2000 as a period of engagement. We've already seen, we've already talked about the Indo-US civil nuclear deal. We had a little prior to that, we had the next step in strategic partnership, and then a framework of defense cooperation, the way we move around, you've seen the graph. We have moved. Now, things started, the building blocks started coming into the place, and the pace gathered around 2015 15 or thereabouts. And please take it, I am not referring to any political dispensation either on the US side or on the Indian side. I'm just talking of factual evolution of things, the way they have evolved across both sides of the political spectrum on both countries. Now, we had this DTTI which was formulated, the idea was formulated in 2012, but it started getting operationalized towards the end of 2014 and thereafter picking momentum. We had the major defense partner status which was given. Now, it will be good for us to understand why major defense partner, what was the logic for it. There were primarily two logics for it. One, it came at the end of Obama administration, at the beginning of what came as Trump administration, but when this major defense partner was being decided, nobody knew who's going to come into this presidential chair. So it was to formalize whatever relationship has been arrived at, to document it, put it under Title 10, so that whichever government comes at whatever point in time, it stays in place, it gets formalized. So there was a smooth transition between these two administrations, and similarly the third 2+2 dialogue gave us a smooth transition again from the Trump to the Biden administration. Now the period, what I say of period of engagement post 2000 up to 2020, I like to call it phase 1 of our relationship. And why I say phase 1? Because there are many amongst us who ask the question, are we entering a new phase of our relationship? So, I will not say yes or no, but I'll tell you what are the characteristics. In phase 1 up to 2020, you had the Pentagon-led relationship. Defense and security has been the central pillar of this relationship. And come post 2020, with the current administration, the centrality has the lead has gone from Pentagon to the State Department, where defense and security used to be the central pillar, unequivocal central pillar from 2000 to 2020. Here it came, it is an overburdened pillar, so let's broad base our relationship. So after 2020, it's been broad-based relationship. And we have started adding another pillar, the pillar of technology, the pillar of defense industrial cooperation. So that is how it has moved into the next phase. So that is the evolution in which it has already been highlighted on the slide in the opening remarks, how we have moved. But yes, I would like to reiterate the point that was said, that we learned to work around with each other. The nomenclature of major defense partner was very carefully chosen, that don't call India a non-NATO ally, because Pakistan is a non-NATO ally. Don't call giving a military edge, like you call it in the context of Israel. So it was a well thought out thing. So what's happening is that with this, like LIBOA, whole rest of the world calls it LSA, we call it LIBOA. Jal Subrata mentioned about SISMOA and COMCASA. So we know how to work around things. Now that has been in terms of our relationships. The Industrial Security Annex has brought in industry and the STA1 status. Now, it's this is how we have moved on with this relationship, and we've had a number of these exercises. All these exercises have been mentioned by the defense attaché. I'll not touch upon them. The most significant is that we have this tri-service exercise of Tiger Triumph, and most recently, the most interesting thing is, for the first time we participated in Bright Star. This exercise is by CENTCOM. it is primarily a CENTCOM and Egypt exercise. But now there are 30 plus countries. So what we have started doing is we've started engaging with CENTCOM also. So now I will stop here, and time permitting, maybe later, we can amplify on the second phase where we have come into ISEC and the challenges and maybe some aspects that we could take home for improving our relationship. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ahuja. But clearly there was so much that we had to cover, and so nice. You highlighted this point of mutual dependence quite a bit. Despite this mutual dependence, one of the challenges that the industry faces, whether it is in the US or here or even in collaborations, is to make out a good business case. If there is dependence, it must result in a good business case. So I would request you to give some thoughts on that in the second round when you come in. Ladies and gentlemen, next we have Colonel Manavendra. As Mr. Mehta brought out, we are fortunate to have him here. Besides his own experience, he carries the legacy of his father, who was such a respected former military man who made, I think, one of the finest defense ministers, one of the finest external affairs ministers. And he's the person who was able to ultimately bring the thaw in a frozen relationship, which has now become so significant. So I just leave it to you. Field is all yours. Time is of course 6 minutes, in which you have to tell us a lot. Over to you, Dhananjay.
Thank you very much, sir, for those kind words, and for the previous speakers who've been just as kind. I will not be addressing the subject in terms of just from the calendar cutoff that everybody's used in terms of my father's contribution. In fact, I'd like to go a little further back, and since it's called Defense News Conclave, I want to go back to somewhat this period, 30 years ago, as an Indian Express journalist. I did a news story which I didn't do, and I want to take you there. And it's at about this time of the year that India and the US began their first Special Forces exercises. And I was shared the information on the condition that I don't write about it, and I was privy to a lot more of the exercise than a civilian would be. And the exercises began at this time of the year, and they culminated in the third stage on a cold sort of January 2 o'clock in the morning, with India's first free fall jump at 2 in the morning at 25,000 feet. With equipment that we already had, but with US trainers, US Special Forces personnel in the same jump. And I want to use that as a peg to the larger picture, because when two countries, since we have such senior military men here, they would back me up on this statement. When two militaries interact at the covert level, which is the Special Forces level, that means the interoperability, the interaction, the trust, and the commitment to each other's forces, soldiers, is already there. And if you go back to 1993, from where I was privy to the information, to 2023, the 30-year journey, is it proportionate to that event of 1993? I don't think it is. I think if the soldiers can develop the trust with each other 30 years ago, I think the trust, as previous speakers have alluded to, the trust between the bureaucracies is still missing. And political personnel come and go, but there is establishment bureaucracies between the two countries. And as was rightly said by General Saha, that the US bureaucracy is no good person compared to the Indian bureaucracy, because they are as rigid and hidebound as any bureaucracy can be. 2 years later, in 1995, again, memory recall, because the date line has still remained post 2000. So I want to go back to 1995, and a chapter which is pretty much forgotten in India is that Gauri Al-Farhan kidnapping case in South Kashmir, and the US contribution of troops who arrived to help us. There was a hue and cry, and I was part of the hue and cry in terms of writing, leaking the story, and that created a scandal, and the operation never happened. But the fact that they were willing to operate with us in 1995 on ground in a combat area shows a lot that could have been done since then. The topic that I was given is milestones in the Indo-US strategic partnership, largely dependent on production, manufacture, and exports. I'm using these two anecdotes before the word strategic ever came into the picture, as evidence of where we could have gone faster, deeper, but we didn't for various reasons, because of bureaucracies, because of there are other interests that have come into play, and to be fair, it's not just India that is going slow. If you look at US inconsistency in the region, some of their inconsistencies collide with Indian interests, which are permanent. And I'm not talking about anything to do with the borders. I'm talking about a country which is of far greater importance to us, and that's Afghanistan. Indian and US interests have not always coincided on Afghanistan. There have been opportunities that were wasted by the US. There were opportunities that have been wasted subsequently by India. And I think the strategic relationship can come from philosophies, can come from policies, and it cannot just be based on equipment, sales or hardware. It has to come from within, and that's where I think some of the policies, some of the opportunities have been wasted, and the current status of exercises is very good. I think the level of exercise is commensurate with what was imagined in 1993. I think we've gone those levels up. But exercises is good in terms of gaining, respect, gaining experience with each other, operating with each other. But if you don't operate when your interests are at stake, that's where other interests will come in, and this is where I think I tend to blame India for being hesitant. And I think a great opportunity came India's way in 2014 when scores of Indian laborers were lined up and brutally slaughtered by Daesh in Iraq, and the world got together, where a large coalition got together of like-minded countries to take on Daesh in Iraq and eastern Syria. And I see no reason why India should not have contributed. All the exercising you do, in terms of Air Force, joint Air Force exercises, you do, special forces exercises, everything was applicable there. The terrain was just how we operated, our soldiers operated. The air space was open for our Air Force to help Jordan, help Iraq, help Syria, Iran, anybody, all those countries that were sharing the threat. I want to leave that, for future if somebody you want to take this further. I want to caution this, this feeling that anything which is hardware or anything which is business centric is permanent. I think I'm not an economist, and I will not hesitate. I won't even try and get into data and figures, but if I understand correctly the English language, the world's greatest trading relationship ever has been the US and China. I don't think two countries have traded as much as US and China have traded over the last 40 years, I guess. More than 40 years, ever since China opened up to become a manufacturing country. And if you look at it today, I don't think all that billions and trillions that have been traded over the seas results in any great levels of confidence with each other. It's quite the contrary. So, the relationship for it to become strategic and develop greater milestones has to become software centric, and that's where I want to take this production and manufacture and export business, these points to. Unless India and the US get into joint R&D of equipment, since whole thing is about equipment, I mean not whole thing, but a lot of it is about equipment. Unless you get into joint R&D, and then subsequently production and manufacture and export, the relationship will remain unequal. It will remain open to some turbulence as and when conditions change. The US obviously has a hesitation on joint R&D stuff because of their bad experience with technological leakages, and one of the unsaid examples is the Israeli Lavi program, where US technologies were leaked, sold, shared with the Chinese long before China could fly a combat aircraft. The Israelis are responsible for sharing that technology with the Chinese. So not all the good guys are always good in this world. So I leave it at that. Indo-Pacific becomes the current favorite terminology to be used, label to be used, and that's very pleasing to Indian ears. But that's half the picture, because if you look at India's larger neighborhood, we have serious fault lines to the west of us, and India's responsibility is not just sea lanes of communication. There are sand dunes and oil fields and canals to be touched from Suez onwards. The Red Sea is as important to India as the Bay of Bengal and Arabian Sea. And I think India's footprint should be an Asia Pacific footprint, rather than being satisfied with the US terminology of Indo-Pacific. And okay, I'll leave it at that. I think there's more that can come up in Q&A. So these are the things I'd like to share for today, for time being anyway. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colonel. That was a wonderful one. I would like to pick up on one point you spoke about. Should also be clear from an Indian point of view and be more candid and accept the fact that for sharing R&D you need extraordinary trust. And why can't we live up to that trust? A, because of our dependency on Russia for so much of military equipment, because of our dependency on China for so much of trade. I mean, on the one side we have Galwan, and in the same year our trade with China with an adverse balance increases. So, how do we establish that trust that US expects from us? And at the same time, like Mr. Pradeep Mehta is highlighting, strategic autonomy cannot translate into strategic ambiguity. I mean, you need strategic clarity to have that kind of trust. So that's on a more serious note. And I'm so happy that you brought out another great, analogous situation between India and the US besides bureaucracy is the journalism. If you recall, in 1972, the US had launched what they called the Glomar Explorer. It was supposed to, they did it under the cover of a very rich businessman, and I'm sure there are some in this who can think of this, how a rich businessman took up the thought process of building up a huge exploratory ship, which the CIA used to go and start exploring the Russian K-129 submarine with 3 nuclear missiles in that had sunk below, I don't know how many thousand miles deep, to go and pick it up from there with the help of a claw and take it out. While they were taking it out, because of the effect of the salt and all that, the thing broke. They wanted to go back again and do it, but thanks to New York Times, Seymour Hersh, who broke the story, and the US president had to say, now keep quiet, forget about it. So that's the great influence of democracy and the journalism, which we hail, but at the same time we ought to be cautious of. Thank you very much. Now over to Manjari, who is here with us, and she will be talking about anti-terrorism, warfare drills, tactical and technical skills in the UN peace enforcement for the first round. So it's over to you, Manjari.
Thank you so much, sir. Foremost, I would like to thank CUTS International for inviting me, to Shri Pradeep Mehta ji for inviting me, and all the other organizers. I think I'm the only odd one out here because I'm an academic. But if you look at it, India and US have also initiated or have also talked about something called as Indus X, which is to accelerate the defense ecosystem. So which talks about the inclusive ideas, and which also talks about including, to make it more holistic in a way that, all people from all walks of life are participating in it. From business, from defense, from academia, from think tanks, and from the government. So here I am. Now, coming to the topic. From non-alignment to defense cooperation to sanctions on high technology, that is a period of estrangement, as General Ahuja called it, to partnership on critical and emerging technologies. I think India and US have seen a sea change in the defense relationship. This is what it is. Second thing is that all of this has been facilitated because of the strategic autonomy format that the two countries have been following, especially India. Why so? Because it gives India leverage to pursue its national interest, but at the same time it also allows allows both the countries to retain their, sovereignty, individual sovereignty. Now, India is a partner, not an ally. And as Colonel Singh and General Ahuja, and in fact also General Saha talked about, that this is a partnership, so which means that equal share of workload, right? So it cannot be that India remains dependent for a very long time on US. So there has to be a change in the thought process of both the countries, especially of that of India. Now, non-alignment withstanding, India-US defense relations is not just a partnership between two countries. It is a trans-regional partnership. And why I'm calling it a trans-regional partnership, and here the topic of counter-terrorism comes in picture, because there is an advancement, there is an expansion in the security dynamics. Today's security is not just about the traditional security paradigms. The security paradigm itself has shifted from traditional to also non-traditional. So of course, and in traditional formats there will be, defense procurements, co-production, co-development, and all of that. But what about the non-traditional securities? How will the two countries cater to this or address this kind of, challenges of the future? And that is why you see that both India and US, they are partnering together in terms of value supply chains, in terms of global value chains. We have seen I2U2, we have recently seen that US broker IMAC has been, initiated. India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. So all of this is to cater to the supply disruption. Supply disruption not just caused by the pandemic or by the European war that is going on, but also that in the future may be caused by the Chinese, aggression. So this kind of supply disruption, or maybe China will try to fill the vacuum if there is much through its BRI project. So in a way to also, to sort of address the Chinese expansion and aggression in a holistic manner, so that everything is taken care of. Not just the traditional factors, not just the traditional security, but also the non-traditional security aspects. So which means we all know that the Indo-Pacific has three flanks: Western, Eastern, and Central. So in a very holistic manner, both the countries are trying to cater to all the three flanks of the Indo-Pacific by addressing these two concerns. Now, General Ahuja talked about two phases, two periods, period of estrangement and a period of engagement. I will take a very traditional path, and I'll say that there are three phases in India and US defense partnership. The first phase is the defense procurement. This is the phase where India is dependent on US for its military procurement, for its defense procurement. So this is an imbalanced relationship. It is towards US. It is not a balanced relationship. Then we see a phase 2. Of course, I'm not talking about the estrangement phase because nothing happened that time. Phase 2. Phase 2 is the initiation of the co-production and the co-development between India and US, wherein India becomes a major, defense partner of the US, but nothing much happens. And then there is phase 3. This is the phase 3, wherein the countries are not talking about just India and US relations. Of course, they're talking about India-US defense relations, but it has much more, it is more enlarged. If you look at the partnership that we have, the strategic partnership that was signed in June 2023, it is not comprehensive strategic partnership. It is comprehensive global and strategic partnership. There's a word global attached to it. Which means what? Which means that the two democracies, and they keep on talking about the democracies, how they should be, bringing in more peace and stability in the world and all of that. Why are they talking about this? And now I would like to invoke the democratic peace theory. So democratic peace theory talks about how when there are more democracies, it will lead to relative peace. There will be less of conflicts. I'm not saying minus conflicts, I'm not saying absence of conflicts, I'm saying minimizing of conflicts. So democratic peace theory. And as we know that the two countries, both US and India, they are the largest democracies in the world. And if these two countries, of course they are right now focused on Indo-Pacific itself, but later on in other areas, if these two democracies can take the stage and take the responsibility to address the challenges of the future, I think they are moving towards, they want a peaceful and stable Indo-Pacific. That is what they are aiming at. Now, sorry, all right. So today what we see is how the relationship, the third phase, how it is progressing. I think everybody knows this, that there is cooperation on defense industrial roadmap. There is cooperation on critical and emerging technologies, joint naval and military exercises, expanded cooperation in AI, quantum, semiconductors, space explorations, technology sharing in terms of HAL and GE economics. They are working together in terms of technology sharing for F414. Right? So all these things that are happening between the two countries, they are leading towards what? It is a wholesome structure that they have created. It is not, they are not just focusing, they are also talking about space exploration. They are also talking about telecommunication, engagement on telecommunications. So these engagements, if you look at, all of this is aimed towards a holistic and a stable ecosystem that they are trying to build. So this is what my submission is, that I think there is a lot of scope, but again there are challenges also. Like sir was mentioning, or somebody was mentioning that a lot of it has been said. First of all, 2023 we are signing all these initiatives. I think we should have done it earlier. Right? So if 2023 is the time of initiatives, is the year of initiatives, I think 2024 should be the year of deliverables. It should be the year of deliveries. At least the initiation of year of deliveries. Because if that does not happen, and we know how our delivery system works, so we'll have to work on that. We'll have to, like I also mentioned that there has to be equal partnership. If not equal in all sense, but at least some sort of, equal responsibility has to be taken care of by both the countries. And then, of course, I think the India caucus, in the Congress there is a section which is pro-India. I think invoking the India caucus will also sort of, strengthen the relationship. Indian diaspora, as Pradeep Mehta sir was saying, of course, Indian diaspora also has a critical role to play in terms of strengthening or bolstering the relationship between India and US, especially in the defense architecture. So all of this, if all of these are taken care of, I think the counter-terrorism measures in that aspect will be taken care of. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Manjari, for a nice talk. You started with a caveat that you are the only academic. Well, 15 days from the Teachers' Day, we can't be less reverential. But that having been said, academics give us the ideal, and practitioners will tell you that the idealism increases in proportion to the distance from the problem. And we have a former army commander sitting amongst us. We say the same thing in the context of higher headquarters. From the field, you have a perception, you have a problem. And in the higher headquarters, we have army commanders sitting who have the idealism.
Yeah, because both the partners are not talking.
So soon after that, they retire and become academics.
But the only good thing that happened was we become an army commander from walking up the route. And the walk the talk.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Next, we have Nanima. She is coming online. Quite a coincidence. Last time when I was coming for the Kolkata conclave, just a couple of days before that, she shot off a WhatsApp message to me that why are we not participating in that talisman saver, that Australian exercise. She was quite passionate with that, and I think she's the only person who put out a wonderful piece. So I tried to give her some justification from the Indian point of view, strategic autonomy and all that. Though I myself questioned strategic autonomy a few minutes back. So it's wonderful to have you, Anima, even though online. And quite interestingly, Puru has assigned to you to talk on success stories of youth abhyas. No wonder you are so passionate about any military exercise, I would imagine, whether it is talisman, saber or youth abhyas or anything like that. So it's over to you. We are waiting to hear from you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that generous introduction, and I'm really sort of very, very honored to have, be a part of this esteemed panel. And for a journalist, it is always challenging to speak amongst veterans because we generally not tend to give too much of positive aspect to things. But I would really not focus on one aspect of exercises, but I believe US-India military ties have really evolved, which many in the panel have talked about, and rightly so. But then also being a journalist of foreign policy covering defense and diplomacy, we need to again and again reiterate the way this situation, the India-US military ties have evolved. And without really taking much time, I know that we have another exciting panel coming up. I would just like to take our audience back to the days of the 1962 war between India and China, when we know that how our Prime Minister at that point of time, Mr. Jawaharlal Nehru, wrote to US President John F. Kennedy seeking support, and that's when the US said that, okay, we do recognize the McMahon line and the fact that we are also willing to help you with assistance and arms. Now, yes, after that there has been also a period of estrangement and again engagement, and I'm very excited to hear the fact that how we really see the India-US defense ties in a very neutral manner. We also know the episode that had happened during the 1971 war when we had...
नहीं, कोई बात नहीं सर, आप लोग के कॉल करने से मुझे कोई ऑब्जेक्शन नहीं। ये तो आज आपने बात की, इसलिए मैंने इतनी बात कर दी, otherwise I never.
I'm sorry, I don't know. It came from somewhere. Can you all hear me?
This is what happens when you don't sign DECA in time.
I don't know where that came from, I'm so sorry. I'm at least sitting alone in my home. So I can continue?
Yes.
Please do.
Okay. So basically, we know some of the factors that have impacted the trust between US and India. They have been on and off, but at the same time, we now see
ठीक है सर, करते
the
हैं कुछ
president.
ना, thank you. And यशवर्धन का नाम है.
Okay, so let me continue again. So coming back to the present, we have had many of you talking about the ISET. From really do not know how the ISET, in terms of critical and emerging technologies, you can explain it to your readers or your viewers. But then yes, it is definitely a sort of episode where I think the next growth trajectory will come in as far as the US-India military ties are concerned. Let us also not forget that the main ethos of the military ties that we see between US and India right now actually started from 2005 with the signing of the new framework of India-US defense relations. That got renewed for another 10 years in 2015. And that is really when the imports they sort of began, and that is where the relationship actually took the transactional sort of perspective. Can we please avoid this voiceover? I don't know where is this coming from. Sorry, can I continue?
Yes.
Just think you are in Ornav's debate. Speak louder than that voice.
Really, that is an art I never sort of got. So basically, coming back to the fact that where we are right now, I believe there is a lot in the coming years that will see a sort of paradigm shift between US and India, especially now that, HAL and GE Aerospace have signed a sort of agreement to produce fighter jet engines, the GE F414. Also because, despite the fact that, India talks about self-reliance in many segments in critical technologies, which yes, we have achieved, but we are yet to join the list of those countries that can really make sort of credible jet aircraft engines, and US can be a major partner in that, and that is what the US, not just the US, but France and others are also looking at. Then of course we have the Indian Air Force deal of the multi-role fighter jets 112, 114, which again the US is keenly looking at. So apart from being a strategic partner and strategic closeness, there is this transactional aspect also to this relationship. From the US's point of view, more than China and being a counterweight to China, I believe they also look at the fact that how they can diminish or decrease India's dependence on Russian imports. And I think that is number one priority for them, because I know for a fact that US knows how to handle China. They are still doing a lot of business with China. But at the same time, from India's perspective, that can be challenging because we cannot be drifting away from Russia that easily. So I think in the coming years, that could be one of the challenges, but we also know that Russian imports are slowing down, and much to US's sort of engagement with India, we are seeing more of that coming in. But at the same time, what I believe and what I hear from my sources in the Defense Ministry and also in the strategy community is the fact that when you deal with US, and I know there have been discussions in this panel also on the bureaucracy part, I think that has become, and that has always been a hurdle in dealing with Americans vis-a-vis the Russians. And that is where, these problems come in, where you cannot really go in full swing with the Americans compared to the Russians. All the agreements that, yes, we have signed, foundational agreements, and other, the STA1 and others, even in ISET, there are a whole host of agreements that India will be signing, which sometimes also brings in the question whether or not we want to be an ally of the US. There are also questions going on within the strategy community, whether in the coming 10 years, let's say, in that horizon, would India like to join the NATO or not? We do not know for a fact. Because, whether you agree or not, the Russia-Ukraine war, then the pandemic, and of course the India-China military standoff at the border has changed a lot of equations between partner countries and between India and its own sort of strategic partners. So just to make it short, I would really believe that we need to see how these two countries going forward do the transactions and how easily that is done. We know for a fact that the DTTI, when it was created to make things smoother, to make the defense business smoother between these two countries. That has really not happened. But yes, at the same time, we've seen increase in military exercises, joint military exercises, and that has boosted the confidence between the armed forces of both sides. And just to, before I close, I'm happy that, Colonel Singh talked about Afghanistan. Now, having reported from Afghanistan, I did a ground report when the takeover happened, the Taliban takeover happened, and I was there. For first time, I saw how US and India, they have this partnership now and how they trust each other, because I was part of that evacuation team that came when the Indian embassy evacuated, and I was part of that when we were not getting any permissions to have our commercial airlines, landing there. The Air India got cancelled. How we could fly in our Globemaster and land in the US technical area, and that is how the evacuation process sort of started. And that happened at a time when US was also more focused in evacuating their own citizens, despite all those challenges. And we saw what happened at the Abhigate incident. We saw how Americans actually went out of their way to help India and India's diplomatic staff and others to come out of Afghanistan. Having said that, I believe US and India should now look at more intelligence sharing. Apart from defense, that will be more important, because it is important for you to keep an eye on your adversaries. India, for a fact, has never believed in having enemies, be it whether you call it non-alignment or you call it strategic economy. To me, both are really the same. But at the same time, I believe US and India can do a lot more in terms of intelligence sharing. India has this kind of objective to be part of the Five Eyes Alliance. I do not know if that will ever happen, but then those discussions we also get to hear as journalists within the strategy community. So I think all these things will throw up exciting new kind of dimensions to the US-India relationship as far as defense and strategy is concerned, but we need to also keep in mind there will be challenges, because New Delhi will not be totally leaving the hands of Moscow, and that can be a challenge in the coming times. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nanya, for a wonderful talk there. When a young company commander comes to the CO's office, he asks him, CO साहब का mood कैसा है आज? So he says that आज ठीक है लगता है. क्यों कैसा लगा? ठीक लगता है? Sir, इससे पहले so-and-so company commander walked out, he came out with a smile. So that these are also our informed sources, So that then you start putting a caveat, reliable sources. With all due respect to journalism, but sometimes these can be quite tricky ones. But that does not take away from a very, very important point that you made during the Afghan pullout. I know for a fact that it was because of SISMOA that General Bipin Rawat was able to keep in touch with the Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff, and their, this classified communication actually was majorly instrumental in being able to execute the pullout of our own diplomatic and some non-diplomatic staff from Afghanistan. So yeah, that was a very important point that you brought. And more, I think, significant is you emphasized on the transactional component of the relationship. Let's face it, that is the real world. Transactional is an important part of the relationship. And so now, in fact, in the interest of time, what we'll do, we will not have a formal second round. We'll open the house for question and answer so that we are able to get more participation from the participants. While you decide your questions, let me get back to General Ahuja with my first question that I had left with him, which actually also ties with what Nanima spoke on the transactional bit. How do we make good business case out of these provisions of DTI, or for that matter, futuristic ISAC and so on?
See, Subrata, the question that you ask, and many of the things that have been mentioned by the eminent panelists that we've spoken. What we need to do is, on this mutual dependence of streamlining this relationship or making it working, I think we need to put the blocks in place. And there are 2-3 caveats to that. Number one is, in India, when we look at building our capability, we have to make a distinction what I need here and now for the Chinese and Pakistanis and everybody on my borders, and what I need for day after tomorrow. Here and now, what is readily available, you can get it in about 3 years, not earlier than that. What is already developed and just needs to, be tweaked in, it will take 5 to 8 years. But if you talk of research and development, co-development, you are talking of 10 to 15 years. So that's a long time, so you can't have a concept in 2023 and implementation in 2024. Now this industry, since your question was related to this, 2019 we signed the Industrial Security Annex. That yes, you can share technology with the industry. And even today we are talking in ISET on number of verticals. The fact today is we have to understand where do we plug in. There are 8 to 10 verticals, we have our capabilities. In different domains there are different capabilities. Somewhere you will plug in at the innovation level. Somewhere you will plug in at maturing the equipment level. And secondly, there has to be a business case for the industry to come in. The next panel is more apt, and we have the head of Raytheon here. He would have his personal experience. But the fact is, who invests? Who ultimately assures the market with the budgets that we have available? So it will take time. We'll find the right slotting, and the CUTS interaction that we are having is most significant because in this phase of ISET that we have started now, we are going beyond defense, we are going into so many verticals, and the stakeholders are not military, not government. The stakeholders are innovators, they are startups, they are industry, they are think tanks, they are investors, and whole lot of people around. So they will all have to come in, plug in, and when we decide, मुझे ये आज के लिए चाहिए, I will buy it or I'll have this kind of manufacturing in India. But ये मुझे लंबे समय के लिए चाहिए और मैं इसको assure करता हूँ. And when you have a guarantee, industry will come in when they see the market, and when we've been able to find the right slot where we plug in each other. Sorry, a bit longish answer, but I just wanted to little stitch up these things.
Thank you, sir. I think you make a very important point, and I think that important point is for the services really, for the user. Of course, we have now transitioned from what we used to earlier call long-term integrated perspective plan to long-term capability plan. We have brought it to a 10-year perspective. Unless and until this long-term capability plan has the status of a deemed acceptance of necessity, it cannot translate to a business case, which I think is fundamental, whether we are talking about our own private sector, whether we are talking about US or any other industry coming into it. So there has to be a very good visibility of what future or holds for the industry that wants to invest. Like if I am going to supply X number of, let's say, Excalibur, what is the guarantee that I get a repeat order? If I don't have the guarantee, how can I invest? I mean, so I can quote you umpteen examples, but I think that is very, very important that we provide visibility. And in order to provide long-term visibility, the next thing is, as armed forces, how can we aggregate our capital procurement for modernization with the requirements that we have for sustenance and life cycle for the rest. I think that is the fundamental lesson that we must take, because to achieve, like you say, seamlessness from innovation to the entire chain going through technology levels into production and further into procurement and sustenance, to bring seamlessness, it is important to be looking at the whole thing long term. So now it's the house is open. Anybody can please raise a question. Kindly give us your name and ask the question. Yes, sir.
Chandrakant Singh, and I can't sing. My question to all the four panelists, and including Pradeep, is about 20 years ago, Manandra's father, Mr. Jaswant Singh Ji, who really brought in Indo-American relations on a firmer footing than it existed in the past. Are you open?
It's open.
Okay. Who put it onto a thing. one of the things that he mentioned was, and his dealings were with Stroud Talbot were at a personal level. I think they had a personal equation which helped to raise the level of permanent bureaucracy is also influenced by whichever administration comes into power, 4 years or 8 years, by special interest groups who have their own caucus in the assembly, in the Senate or in the Congress, or they can lobby in other ways, which is legal in America. And one of the things that he concerned, and he spoke to me at length, and which is again applicable today, was about, and which is what SARS the relationship between India and US, on which everything else is dependent, is the support that certain insurgent groups in our northeast get from the evangelist belt of Southern America. We earlier had an example. Obama was quoted earlier that we had some sort of an agreement with him. But a few months ago, he was the one raising the issue of Manipur and India's cutting off funding by foreign groups. And our problems with America and trusting them is mainly dependent on the funding that our northeastern rebels get from America.
Till that is cured and that is sorted out, you will find that there will always be groups in India which will not want us to have a close relationship, military or otherwise, with America. You may want to give something on that.
No, darkness is followed by light.
Light is coming, I do see light coming in.
But this statement from Obama will also be followed by light.
Yeah, hopefully.
Pradeep, would you like to take on this?
Thank you for giving me this responsibility.
I have a question.
But the moot point is, even if you cut off funding for groups, external funding, the fact that fissures and fault lines exist, and those are purely of an internal creation, and any textbook and any company commander in the field will tell you that every insurgency in the world is created by political and bureaucratic faults. No insurgency has been created by an external actor. It's always because of political and bureaucratic failures that people pick up arms. Whether it is in Kenya, Malaysia, Peru, Punjab, or anywhere. I mean, it's human nature and it's human psychology. So fine, it's good to cut off funding for by dodgy people, by two dodgy groups. But the fact of the matter is that you have to address your own internal problems, to be better off. And I think Manipur today is probably India's greatest national security threat, which I hope forums like CUTS and all take it up further, because I think it's having anybody, all the soldiers will tell you here that the conditions in Manipur, JNK has never seen those conditions, even in the 1990s. Thank you.
Thank you.
See, politics gives you wisdom. Academics gives you knowledge, politics gives you wisdom. So I highlight this because of the way,
Journalists lead the way.
Okay, by the way, things have moved a lot. Okay, let me share you here, since the question was from Northeast. When the happening started in Vietnam, and that theory of domino effect started, that the rest of Southeast Asian countries will fall like a pack of cards one after the other. That the time CIA actually came in and they were seeking connections with the Naga insurgents. So this is not new, this has been continuing for a while. But it has actually literally come down that it requires the president to go public and talk about it. So I think that should get the hint that it isn't as serious as we are imagining this to be, but certainly I'm not trying to undermine your concern. But I think it's a little more personal than in a broader context.
These small things saw the wider relationship.
I agree with you.
See, that is what because our bureaucracy,
Absolutely, absolutely.
special interest groups in India.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, please.
Check.
Good morning. This is Saida Afshana. I'm a media educator from Kashmir University. I teach mass communication and journalism. So my question is to Malvinder Singh ji, and I'm asking this because you talked about software-centric way of dealing with the relationship. And you also talked about the unpredictability of the relationship between India and US, as in when there's any kind of turbulence. And you also talked about, in refer to Al-Faran, that makes me to ask you this question, and hailing from Kashmir, this makes it all the more relevant. My question is that, how do you see that India and US balance their respective interests, and they are able to, in the long run, maintain a very strong bilateral relationship, given the fact that China's assertiveness and aggressiveness is quite increasing. There are shifting dynamics in the Indo-China relationships. We all know about the skirmishes over the line of actual control, and most importantly, we also know about China's reaction post-abrogation Article 370. Their official statements. In this whole context, how do you see, and we also of late had, I think, more than a week's deadly encounter, which is quite unimaginable, and which is something which is happening after many years of love in the valley. So how do you see the India-US relationship emerging or responding to such a dynamic? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. China globally is a clear and present danger, and trying to hide from that fact is, just to fool ourselves. I'm not saying it's a military danger, but it's a far bigger danger than just being a military danger. And no better example than the fact that Saudi Arabia and Iran get together, and in the first sentence of their friendship agreement, they thank China for the intervention. And this is, in August 2000 or July 2023. The fact that Chinese diplomatic footprints can convince Riyadh and Tehran, and since you are from Kashmir, you know how Riyadh and Tehran have been fighting over influence in Kashmir, as much as they've been fighting over influence elsewhere in the world. Getting two such sworn enemies together is an achievement for Beijing, and it's a testimony to how much power or influence or leverage they currently wield. And not all of it is, benign. I have a certain problem with India and the world, the way they treat China. I'll just go back a few centuries. If you look at China as it is, if you look at India as it is, and you look at Persia as it is, and even today, a bit of Egypt also. I mean, these are great civilizations, and these are continuous civilizations. They haven't ceased to be a civilization. Unfortunately, Mesopotamia, Sumeria went away. Nothing remained of it. But these four remain civilizational states. And China's contribution to world history, world culture, civilization is extraordinary. There is no denying it. But China 2023 is not just a civilization state, it's a communist state usurping civilizational responsibilities. And its footprint has that, deep, Maoist, communist, interests, which are not compatible with a democratic functioning world order, which is what is India's national interest, and which is obviously in the US national interest. But as the chair, rightly pointed out, you have Galwan in June, and by June 2021, your trade figures are, skyrocketing. And the US trade figures continue with that imbalance. How are you going to tackle a threat which is physical on ground, which is in the space? How are you going to tackle that threat if you continue to have a dependence, on that country? I'm not even interested in all those rare minerals that you're talking about, that previous speakers spoke about for the defense industry. Okay, so this is a defense, industry platform. But your medical, pharmaceutical industry, has created a situation where without Chinese, ingredients, you're stuck. I mean, you can't fault them for your dependence. You created a situation, and it's a deep fault within this country and other countries which have created a situation like this. And so obviously cooperation is essential. But the cooperation cannot only be, sharing intelligence with us on the LAC and any of the ingress points. The cooperation also has to change the economic dynamics of the region and the global trading order, which is totally skewed. And by all indicators, there is some kind of a problem in the Chinese economy. There is an overheating, there is a slowdown, there's something which, since I said earlier, I'm not an economist, so I can't, pinpoint, but there is a problem there. And if the problem was to bring us all down, then, again, then we are stuck. You can't become dependent on one country for so many things. And your basic, trade figures, I actually think it's a shame that Indian industry can trade like this when soldiers are being, I'm sorry, it may hurt some people, but you can't really trade with a country like that, to that degree. I'm sure, I'm not saying that you isolate anybody, you can't isolate China, but you can't become so dependent. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you, Colonel Marvendra. Narima, you emphasized on, the transactional dynamics of the relationship. So would you like to comment on this, on the question that has been asked?
Well, as I said, Lieutenant General Shah, the fact that, and I'll again refer to my sources, and well, in this materials of journalism, my sources are anyone but the APCs, then the heads will start to roll. But frankly, the transaction part always comes in whenever we deal with US, or for that matter, any other country. It has been also with Russia, but then we've seen how, the fact that Americans really have not been that flexible when it came to negotiating prices, hardcore price.
I think we have lost her. We'll get back to her when we connect with her. In the meanwhile, okay. Yeah, please.
From the Eurasian Times. I want to ask a question that we all been talking about Indo-US relationship from the perspective of China. But we haven't spoken about a country on our west, Pakistan.
India always found it easy to do business with the Russians. Say for example, at 400, can you hear me? Okay, so what I was saying is that
someone just texted a message of Tehran that we are not getting the audio. Just along
Americans,
Nobody wants to do the bouncer's job in a bar. Remove. Sorry, Narima, I think if you are hearing us, we are not getting your audio. We'll get back to you in a short while. In the meanwhile, Ritu has asked a question. Yeah, if you can just quickly give it in one line.
That, when it comes to Pakistan, how will the relationship between these two countries will be affected in case, let's say, there is hostility between, India and Pakistan? Will US come to our aid, or will the duplicity that has kind of governed the relationship between India, Pakistan and US will continue? Or are we just going to ignore them, that they have been supporting Pakistan, sliding aside? How is it going to work out? Especially I'm going to talk to the generals, if you can shed some light. How do you feel about it?
Okay, before you want to draw light from these old generals, in a lighter vein I must tell you, Ritu, we don't need aid from US to deal with Pakistan. Let's be very clear.
Yeah, of course.
We want their support, all right, but not their aid. So English word ठीक करने का है. But since I am the chair, give me the freedom to pass it on to the more handsome general.
See, we must realize that in any strategic partnership, there can't be any ironclad proprietary relationships that you will have it only with this country, you will not have it with somebody else. Countries have their relations based on their national interests. Countries hedge, including all of us. So to that extent, we are well within our rights to transact our relationship with Russia, with America, with SCO, with Quad, with everyone. And let's have enough confidence, because the ultimate answer to all the uncertainties that America will not finally support us when chips are down, the Russia will not do it, or France will not do it. The ultimate guarantee, life insurance, is your own capability. To achieve your own capability, follow what you want to follow, relationships that you want to transact. Pakistan is a distraction. Like it was already said, we don't need them, but things will happen. Yes, we don't want friends to build their capabilities. If they are not giving it, we are not taking anything for free. We build our capability at our own cost. But what we urge our friends is, be mindful of our sensitivities. Don't support them. Don't give them $450 million to upgrade their F-16s and all. But if you give it, we are quite capable of handling it. So leave it as an irritant. We shouldn't get too bothered.
No, sorry, I am getting back again and again on this transactional bit. You see, the fact of the matter is, Lockheed Martin needs a business case. Upgradation of the F-16 within defined parameters is a business case. So, either you give Lockheed Martin a better business case here. So, let's not shy away from the realities of life. Because you don't have DPSUs doing defense production in their country. In our country, you know how much the DPSUs produce. So, we'll leave it at that. But nonetheless, it does not take away from the importance of your question. Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm from Central University, Rajasthan. Dr. Panda from Public Policy Department. I have a few observations as well as a few questions. One is that General Ahuja said about three drivers for which US wants India's relationships to strengthen. One is China factor. Second is technological proficiency of Indian human resource things, and third is economy. But there are three other factors which I think in long term or from historically it has always pushed US to have a good relationship with China. One is India's position as a leader of global South, because US own status has gone down significantly, and at the cost of US position, China has risen into a level. So that is India's position as a leader of Global South. The US required India's support. Second is US own economical vulnerability, and also the downgrade of Chinese economy and US economy is making Indian economy more looking bright, but India has its own vulnerability with regard to structural weaknesses which we are seeing. So economy cannot be unilaterally sustained for a longer period of time. India is a democratic, diverse country. India has its own structural weaknesses. So that required also rethinking in some way in US things. And third aspect is India's closeness with Russia. And if Russia become another ally of China in long term, it might cause a bigger threat to US. So US might use India's close proximity with Russia to take Russia from the Chinese area of influence. That might be a long-term interest. But as regard to the questions which I am going to pose is that you talk about research and development, which required more strengthening. But both of you are from the military establishment. So the question is that whether our bureaucratic structure hurdles or bureaucratic structural weaknesses are actually will be helpful for this translating or transactional relationship between US and India. Second is that whether our military complex is matured enough to develop the capacity as par with the US. Because US is completely matured military complex, we are just doing it. So how much capacity we can develop within a limited minimum time span, because our immediate geopolitical environment is deteriorating. We require immediate actions. So how much we can deliver, that is also a question, if you can reflect on.
Okay, thank you for your question. You see, if you notice the way you framed your question, you identified vulnerabilities in everybody, right? Which is the truth of life. Whether it is in economics, politics, social, otherwise. We heard earlier about social cohesion also, and from Manipur and stuff like that. But the fact is, when you question that is our military complex capable of developing? I mean, not that we have developed. There is a lot of ground to be travelled, but at the same time, do kindly notice the amount of stuff which is being manufactured, component subsystems that are being manufactured in India, and it is going across. The attaché spoke about assembly, integration and training of the M777. Global order is being handled by Mahindra Defence System, right? If you take Dynamatics in Bangalore, they are providing all the fuselage for the helicopters. You are aware of C-295 very recently, much publicized. But the fact is, we are developing capability at a pretty fast pace than probably what we are even imagining. These are visible. Not so visible. If you see the graph, for example, of our defense export, from 15-20 crores in 2014, this year we are about to touch 20,000 crores. That is the pace at which it is going. And the national target that they have fixed is by 2025, we will have an annual turnover of 1,25,000 crores defense production, which includes 35,000 crores worth of defense export. So, if you see this graph of the export, normally people will say most of it is components and subsystems. What people don't state is there is a lot of design work that is happening in India. Raytheon Prabodh is here, he will tell you, one of their components is Collins. UTC, which has taken over Raytheon now, one of UTC's components is Collins. If you go to Hyderabad and Bangalore, you see the amount of design work which is happening in India. So now when that design work is also adding into these figures of our defense export, imagine we are getting design development of international stuff from India, and we are also trying to provide some components and subsystems from India. So it is actually a very good spread with which we are trying to achieve. So, not that we are anywhere near the ideal, but that does not mean that we have not taken off. Actually, we have taken off at a very fast pace, and it is going very, very positively. That aspect about, will the bureaucracy, be hurdles or will they deliver? As long as we have got a strong central government, bureaucracy starts delivering. When there is a, uncertain central government, then questions are raised. Because then there is clarity in the policy direction and things can be.
See, I'll just, he's covered it at great length. Let me just add one or two small things. When we normally sit in forums like this, and even with our American friends, when we sit down, we say we'll lower the licensing barriers, we'll remove all restrictions, and in fact, a lot of failure of DTTI is attributed. You couldn't lower the bureaucratic hurdles that were there. The fact is, please remember that the rules and regulations, whichever are made, whether in US or in India, we take our defense acquisition procedure. It's cursed quite a lot. But both of us in our last jobs in army both of us were head deep into that. But whether it was our procedures or you take the ITAR or export administration regulations of the US side, they were all initially made as guardrails to protect the system, that it doesn't become a banana republic, people don't take the system for a ride. But these guardrails are progressively lowered as your strategic necessity increases, as your convergence, for a couple of reasons that I mentioned, a couple of reasons that you very validly added. But when convergence increases, the interests overtake these hurdles. When the Americans also realize that this technology is available elsewhere also, if you continue holding it tightly to your chest, probably it will come from somewhere else. So we realize, we progressively go, and that is how bureaucratic hurdles come down, and both bureaucracies progressively learn to work with each other, and these hurdles will come down. It will take time. It's not going to come enough.
Sir, please. Thank you. One last question, please.
तो सर मैं आपकी शाम में थोड़ी सी गुस्ताखी करना चाहूँगा मैं, और मैं इंग्लिश में नहीं, मैं हिंदी में यदि बात करूँ तो शायद मुझे आंसर भी शायद मुझे हिंदी में मिले।
आपकी पहचान का नाम क्या है?
हाँ, सबसे पहले नाम मेरा दीपक शर्मा है और मैं जयपुर के अंदर एक पेपर चलता है, इसका नाम है कानून व्यवस्था, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर, इवनिंग पेपर है सर, डेली। एक प्रश्न पूछना चाहता था मैं कि अमेरिका और भारत रक्षा के संबंध में जो एक ये डिफेंस न्यूज जो कॉन्फ्रेंस बनाया गया है, एक हमारे बीच में एक बात चल रही है, इसको मजबूत करने के लिए जैसे एक हमें जो ऑर्डर दिया गया है, इसमें बताया गया है कि ये एक समूह बनाना चाहते हैं। तो उस क्षेत्र के अंदर हमारी जो एक प्लानिंग है, वो प्लानिंग हमारी कहाँ तक हुई है और प्लानिंग के लिए आगे की हमारी विचारधारा क्या है? एक छोटा सा प्रश्न था, प्लीज।
देखिए शर्मा जी, जो आपका सवाल है बहुत महत्वपूर्ण सवाल है कि जब तक एक समूह ना हो, जब तक एक मोमेंटम ना बिल्ड हो, तो हमें आगे अग्रसर करने में उस तरह की जो हम सफलता चाहते हैं वो नहीं मिल पाएगी। तो अभी आपने देखा, शुरू से हम बता रहे हैं कि किस तरह 1995 से फर्स्ट एग्रीमेंट ऑफ मिनट से लेकर के अभी हम आईसेट तक पहुँचे हैं। हर स्तर पे इसको हम रिव्यू करते गए। पहले ये डिफेंस टू डिफेंस के बीच में चलता था, फिर ये 2+2 करके इन्होंने डिफेंस स्टेट डिपार्टमेंट, डिफेंस एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स मिनिस्ट्री करके 2+2 का फोरम बनाया। ये क्या हुआ, एक समूह ही बनाया गया ना इसको आगे ले जाने के लिए। अब चूंकि उसमें भी परेशानी आनी शुरू हो गई, क्यों? दोनों साइड के जो ब्यूरोक्रेसी है वो बहुत डीपली एंट्रेंच्ड। अब उनको इकट्ठे ला करके उसमें और मोमेंटम देने के लिए इसकी ज़रूरत महसूस की गई कि नहीं, इसको डायरेक्ट प्रेसिडेंशियल स्लैश मिनिस्ट्रियल लेवल में इसको एग्जीक्यूट करने के लिए उनके NSA और हमारे NSA के बीच में कुछ होना चाहिए। तभी आप देखें जनवरी 2023 में ये जो है आईसेट के ऊपर जो अनाउंसमेंट तो हो गया था मई 2022 में प्रेसिडेंट बाइडेन और हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के बीच में, बट जब इसका जो फाइनल एग्जीक्यूटिव अनाउंसमेंट जो हुआ था वो दोनों NSAs की मीट से हुआ। और आज की तारीख में भी ये जो आप समूह के बात बता रहे हैं, NSA के साथ में एक सेक्रेटरिएट काम करते हैं। मैं बता सकता हूँ आपको, मैं 2 टर्म कर चुका हूँ नेशनल सिक्योरिटी एडवाइजरी बोर्ड में। NSCS के पास के एक जो सेक्रेटरिएट है सरकार मिडिल बोर्ड में, वहाँ पे खास आईसेट को ड्राइव देने के लिए एक सेल क्रिएट किया गया है। ये आईसेट का सेल क्या कर रहा है? भारत की जो इंडस्ट्रियाँ हैं, भारत की जो एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, भारत के जो स्टार्टअप्स हैं, उन सब के जितने भी विचार हैं, उन सब की जो परेशानियां हैं, उन सबको एकत्रित करता है यहाँ पर और अपने काउंटर पार्ट US के साथ में कोशिश कर रहा है। ये जब सेक्रेटरी कार्टर होते थे, सेक्रेटरी डिफेंस US में पारिकर जी होते थे, हमारे डिफेंस मिनिस्टर, उस टाइम पे भी पेंटागन में एक खास क्विक रिएक्शन सेल खोला गया था ताकि इंडिया के केसेस को आगे बढ़ाया जाए। लेकिन फिर उसमें ये महसूस हुआ कि ये तो सिर्फ डिफेंस तक सीमित है। अगर आप ITR क्लियर कराना चाहते हैं, आपको कॉमर्स के पास जाना पड़ेगा, एक्स्ट्रा स्टेट डिपार्टमेंट के पास जाना पड़ेगा। तो ये सब देखिए धीरे धीरे करके इन कमियों को महसूस की जा रही है, उनके लिए सोल्यूशन निकाला जा रहा है। जैसे आप बिल्कुल सही पूछ रहे हैं, जब तक एक इसमें सामूहिक शक्ति ना आए एक साथ, आगे अग्रसर करना इट्स एसेंशियल टू डू दैट। थैंक यू।
Please, a round of applause, please. Now, just 2 quick reminders. Participants who have not registered, kindly register while moving out of this hall for lunch. Second is, you might have received a survey form. Kindly fill it up and submit it while going for lunch. Now, I would like to call from the CUTS representative to hand over the mementos to our all-energetic chair and moderator, Lieutenant Saab. Next, Colonel Marvinder Singh. General Ahuja. Professor Manjari Singh. Basu, we would be sending her via a courier services. Alright, so we break out for a quick lunch, which is going to be for 45 minutes. After exiting the hall, it's on the right hand side. So that is where the lunch is served, and we regroup at 1:25, please, strictly. Thank you so much.
I think the second panel has the most humongous task of engaging everybody, especially after the sumptuous lunch. So we might have to ratchet up some controversy here and there, okay, just to engage the minds. Okay, so I'll start off by just summing up the trajectory that the Indo-US relationships have kind of faced in the last 60 years. So just one incident I would like to share with you. 40 years ago, when the first Indian astronaut Rakesh Sharma went to space in a Soviet spaceship, the New York Times made an ominous prediction that this will be the last Indian ever into space. And come to 2023, the US itself is signing a deal with India to send astronauts on a manned spaceship along with US astronauts into the space. So this is what the Indian and US relationship has been so far. So through the Cold War, through nuclear apartheid, and to the present day. So both the countries have not only chosen to be pragmatic and align themselves in pursuit of greater strategic interests, they have done so by overcoming mutual distrust of each other. Distrust which has been the underlying tenor of the relationship since 1949, when the first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru visited the US and declared that we are going to be a non-aligned country. So through the Cold War, India and US remained at arm's length. So the estrangement was further after 1974 nuclear explosion, and then the 1998 nuclear test for the final salvo against the flailing Indo-US ties. So thus began the India's nuclear apartheid. In 1999, if you remember, when the Kargil war was happening, there was a news story that India sought GPS coordinates from US for identifying targets, but US denied that request. Then came 123 agreement, which was heralded as the agreement that will push, that will propel the relationship forward. But again, the relationship was moving at a glacial pace. So while Russia could, set up a nuclear power plant, US is still not able to do it. Of course, there are furthermore issues that are there, but we have not been able to capitalize on the groundbreaking nuclear deal. Okay, so the relationship didn't really move forward till the time Obama administration didn't come over and said that India is going to be the linchpin of their Indo-Pacific policy. Then of course there was LIMUA, SISMUA, BECA, and all these foundational agreements that were signed. But we can't forget the kind of political furor these agreements caused when they were first mentioned, especially during the Congress, the previous regime which was there. So 2016, they started happening and things have been moving pretty fast. So now we move to 2020. So there was this bloody clash between India and China in Galwan. There were American C-130s, C-17s, they were utilized to move troops and materials overnight to this particular front. Thereafter, MQ-9B Predators have also been used for ISR activities along the LAC. American P-8Is have been used for ISR in the maritime domain in the Indian Ocean region. And then 2023, of course, has been the historic year, as we say, when it comes to the relationship between the two countries, especially in the domain of space, in the domain of semiconductor supply chains, which I think is going to be much more important in future, despite the defense relationship in place. Again, there are startups, the Indian startup and US startups, they are working together, which is going to be the key element in the coming years. The most recent agreement between the US Navy and the Mazgaon dock shipbuilders for the maintenance and repair. This is also going to be an important thing that we have to look forward to in the coming years. So, according to me, in my personal opinion, the Indo-US relationship today come from a place of equality. So we have spoken about the transactional nature of relationship between the two countries, which it is now. So India is no longer a country in the global south which is dependent on US for, let's say, critical technologies or aids, as you said, but it is going to be a mutual beneficial relationship in the future. So I would like to highlight few areas, especially lithium, the geopolitics of lithium which has been going on. India can play a crucial role in providing alternate supply chains, not just to the US but to the world. Then there is API, pharmaceutical. We have been, as has been pointed out, we have been dependent on China for this. So India can also play a critical role here. Then gallium and germanium, we really saw how the spat turned out between US and China. These are important elements not only in electronic technology but also for your defense equipment. So how we are going to utilize it, how we are going to capitalize on it depends on us. So I hope we are going to touch on these subjects, especially with the eminent panelists that we have. So I really look forward to a discussion on this. I would like to call upon Lieutenant General Arun Sahani to speak on this. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, thank you very much for Pradeep and Cuts International for inviting me to join up here. And Manandar, I didn't realize that you were supporting this initiative as well. Thank you very much for getting me back to Jaipur. Always a pleasure to come here and catch up with old friends. Coming on to the subject, I think I have to compliment Guru for two things. Having such a, I would say, the subject of Indo-US relationship cannot be put into straitjacketed compartments and decided and discussed in isolation. And so to make it easier for all of us who are coming onto the panel, he made sure that he subdivided and said, I'm going to give you, these are the two issues that you must address, so that you try and restrict yourself, and it also made it easier for us, so that we do not repeat ourselves and sort of confuse the issue by giving a viewpoint which may be similar with different languages, but may be contrarianly understood by the public that is there at large. So looking at that, before I start, there were two subheads that I've been asked to speak on. Growing relevance of critical and emerging technologies in defense ecosystem, and US-India security cooperation from underwater to space and beyond. So what I will do is, as we've also been given slots of 5 minutes, in the first 5 minutes I'll only looking at growing relevance of critical and emerging technologies, and I'll address the second issue in the second phase whenever we go around for the second round. But before I start, I'd just like to put 3 things which I heard based on that very, very interesting and very, very illuminating discussion in first session. I think when you're talking about history, I think the history of Indo-US relations also need to be taken in view of the fact that when Tibet happened in 57-58, we were offered to raise an armored brigade with the help of the US and go and occupy that area, and we said no. So it went as far back as that immediately after our partition. After 47, 10 years by the time we had done, we already got our hands wet. And then of course the story of Seattle and Cento and all these things unfolded, and we were out of that whole story. Good, I think, in the longer run. Though bad now when you look at Galwan, what happened there. But the second issue which I'd also like to say that India-China relationships have to look at one thing, irrespective of the viewpoint that you have. China follows a hierarchical policy of power hierarchy. If you're strong and you're doing talks with the guy who's weak to you, the talks only have to end with you as the weaker party giving something and not the bigger party walking the talk with you. So this power hierarchical system of engagement in bilateral engagements actually makes it incumbent on us to ensure that our capacities and capabilities come up to a level where you can talk with him as equals, and then only will you see a resolution of all the problems that you got on your borders. And the third issue is on strategic relations. You and I as Indians look at, when the minute we use the word strategic, it becomes all-encompassing. That means that it's like the hug which Modi gives to everyone. You've hugged him, that means now it's strategic. Now you're on a different plane. I'm sorry, all other countries look at it differently. Strategic is a means to prioritize that area of activity in a bilateral relationship. It was there with Russia, it's there with US. So when you said ISET has now become a strategic issue, it's been prioritized in the inter-bilateral relations of Indo-US. So I'll leave those 3 there at that place and come on to the subject that I was looking at. So I think it would be fair to state that in a forum like this, all of us are aware of the rapid pace of change of technology that we are experiencing on a literally a day-to-day or literally an hour-to-hour basis. A new app comes up and the story changes. This technology pace has been so rapid that it has also changed the classical perception of how character of war is. And that is where the whole story of these emerging technologies come. There are these great buzzwords which I can also rattle out, which all of you are aware, from AI to ML to smart munitions to IoT, and then you're looking at edge computing, cloud computing, then you come into the area of precision weapon systems. This whole gambit of buzzwords has led to a large amount of startup ecosystems that have come up, and that's how this whole niche, critical and emerging technologies are the 3 words under which they've all been sort of sub-classified. I would like to just take, and I thought the best way to look at it, instead of looking at the growing relevance, I'm going to change the subject of this thing to be the impact of critical and emerging technologies on the character of war. And why I'm saying it, that you and I today are fortunate 2 years down the line that we have seen an open canvas today available to us of the Russian-Ukraine war, which is no better way than to leave from classical discussions and what would be the impact, because we've seen what happened just about not even a half a decade back, that with the world of cyber and digitization coming in, cyber war, looking at the NCIPP, looking at the various elements that came up in SCADA, the kind of methodology of intrusion that were happening, they said, sorry, the Indian Armed Forces should go to bed because the world has changed. The war is now in the cyber domain. These are in the perception domain. We don't need an army of that kind. Whereas Russia-Ukraine war comes and that whole argument of 5 years, and if you just open the magazines and the articles by educated people who were at the pinnacle of things, you found that the area has changed. So when I look at this Russia-Ukraine war, there are a tremendous amount of lessons, but I'll only look at lessons which highlight certain technology trends that I would like to highlight related to the emerging technology. What has changed? There has been a revolutionary change in the ISR, intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance capabilities. What has happened is, you've got seamless integration of these advanced sensors from different platforms, from ground to air to manned, unmanned to human aid. This whole thing is being now controlled and synthesized. This big, great data that you've got and information that you've collected is being sifted with the help of AI and machine learning, where these very, very smart algorithms have been created which can go through these air photos, the difference of perception. Based on the level of training that you've done, you will be able to get intelligent data out of it, and it has actually become a fine art today. So when you look at this area, I think this issue of AI and machine learning and this term which got really propounded just about 3-4 years back, algorithmic warfare. Yeah, I mean, what is it? It's a culmination and a cohesive, I would say, joint utilization of all these technologies in such a manner that you are getting this kind of an answer. What it has done is computational reasoning and computer vision have all been combined to be able to give the decision maker to be able to take a decision in a short Buddha cycle. So this is where you're seeing these are the emerging technologies that you're looking at. The second thing that I would like to come to is the issue of influence operations. Look at the influence operations. I mean, I spent 3 years in Russia, and at no stage in my one day from the day the war started did I ever think that Ukraine has the capacity to beat them. But look at the kind of media hype, the fake news, doctored videos that came out on the social media and on the mainstream media, which showed that Russia is about to collapse 30 seconds later. And Ukraine is just moving ahead, and it's tomorrow and there's no end to it. I mean, I look at it, the whole ultimate game was to ensure that the energy linkages to Europe get broken, and to ensure, as you see, America has defeated recession and Europe has embraced the recession. Why? 30% increase in the output of all these big 6 companies. The Lockheed Martins, the Boeings, and the Airbus and all of them, they're all swinging, the rates have gone up. So I think when I look at it, but the important thing in influence operations is that the digitization linkages that we've got through the bases and the linkages through the cyber scheme that we have today, which has become part and parcel of your and my activity. I can't live without an iPhone or a thing because I'll get lost. I don't even know how to get from one place to the other. I mean, life has changed so drastically. And the social media platform, which is a vein of the younger generation, maybe we have not got so badly influenced, but yes, any below 40 is functioning in that domain. So this whole influence of operating in your cognitive domain, where you're looking at neural networks, you're looking at the new age dimension that is coming in thanks to nanotechnology and biotechnology being emerged for various kind of activity, is the other area of emerging technology which you've seen happening. So we need to be careful how we tackle it. The third thing I would like to talk about is drone warfare. I mean, when I say drone warfare, is unmanned, whether you want to talk about unmanned aerial vehicles used for ISR, whether it's for logistics, whether it is the swarm drones technology. And as you see, just about last week, Defense Tech reported this swarm drone technology has been mastered by this Futures Command by ensuring the You've got EW, you've got your loiter munition, and you've got the reconnaissance swarms. They're talking to each other, do the recce, identify the target, allocate it. The EW goes, suppresses the air defense, which is what a lesson from the Russia-Ukraine war, and you suddenly you're there and you can't go and destroy it. So this is the third area where it has happened with technology and emerging technologies related to unarmed listening and the linkages, transmission methodologies, and the seamless integration with other areas. The fourth thing that I would like to highlight is the methodology of surveillance with the help of the low Earth orbit satellites that has come in. When Ukraine got cut off, you had Starlink that came in and set in. Elon Musk just gave them. From there they learned how to link it to various weapon systems to be able to talk to each other and break the stranglehold which Russia had created on that. So the importance of communication and LEOs, and that's the area we are going. They've got 5,000 already, they'll have 12,000 by the end of next year, and they're looking at some 42,000. So that's the kind, when we are building our own system, this is the right direction for us that we are moving in. And the fifth thing I want to talk is the integrated kill chains. How did the integrated kill chains happen? Identifying a target, allocating a resource, then giving initiation of who will do what, and then attacking it is all, whether it's a UAV, whether it's a manned aircraft, whether it is the ground support system, is it a missile fire, has all been integrated, and this is what you're seeing now today on the battlefield. These integrated kill chains, again a function of AI, ML, communication, seamless moving, 5G, 6G, mesh communication, that's the story where we're coming in. So that is the area we're looking at. And the last thing that I thought in emerging technologies that I will is we talk about this hybrid firepower. And this hybrid firepower is an outcome of precision strikes coming in. Precision strikes by area denial weapons like the artillery, where you have precision strikes by the guns, precision strikes by the rockets, precision strikes by the missile in a CEP which ensures that you will damage the target to make it not really damaged to a level that it is destroyed for a period of desired intensity that we want it to be done. So when we look at all these things, I'll just quickly rattle out the 10 great things that you have to look at technology. Artificial intelligence, which also looks at machine learning and algorithms. You have to look at the new advanced defense systems which have come in with greater precision, and this is where you've got hypersonic missiles, hypersonic things which are coming in a domain which is that 5 Mach which is creating. You have robotics and autonomous systems that have become seamless and being utilized by people. You have the internet of military things now. I want to be, my flotilla and my naval fleet goes out with my aircraft carrier. That whole caboodle there is linked in a seamless link. How is that being done? Thanks to the new technologies and these emerging immersive technologies of VR, where virtual reality sets up a synthetic training area, an SPE, and then you have augmented reality for the man in uniform. This is coming in. You've got additive manufacturing, 3D printing on the side. I want a small part, do a 3D printing, it's there. I don't need a logistic chain. This is changing. And of course, the communication linkages on 5G, 6G, and in this whole story of things, you also have security being built up thanks to blockchain technology. So I think these are the emerging technologies. I'm guessing a bit of it today in Indian startups. If you today had about 350 startups, maybe about 10 years back, today you've got over 2,000 MSMEs who are operating in all these different areas. And they're leading players not only in India but across the world. We haven't been able to harness it, and that I think was a great point which the moderator in the last one did, Jan Saha, we talked about. One of the advantages is to try and amass this great wealth of information and talent together to become an engine of growth as far as India is concerned.
Thank you so much, sir. Very good points that you have raised about the futuristic warfare that we are going to see. I also saw news which is pertaining to the drone technology. So a lot of Indian startups are now going to the US for wind technology, wind tunnels, which basically are not available in India, to test their equipment there. So we might not be in a position where we are researching together, but what we are doing is at least we are trusting to test and pool our resources together. So which is a good step. So the next speaker on stage will be Major General Sudhakar Ji. He is former Colonel of Maha Regiment and presently a Defence and Strategic Affairs Analyst. Sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to be here at this lectern and addressing a very learned audience. And more than anything else, one is very humbled by the fact that also amongst the audience I have the senior fraternity member of armed forces under whom and with whom I had the distinction of serving, sir. And had it not been for CEOTS, Mr. Mehta and his team, perhaps I would have missed the call of Mr. Puru when I was in DC, Washington addressing the Indian diaspora on myth and reality of Indo-China border. And second time when he called me up, I asked him, where did you find the number from? He told me, it's a NewsX. That's from the NewsX he caught me discussing about the geopolitics. Least I know of is Indo-Pacific. Ladies and gentlemen, Indo-Pacific as a construct is actually making a lot of tractions for past 10-15 years or so. And if you go delve into the detail, it actually gives us a picture of two distinct landmasses of the planet. How is it that the Indo-Pacific have come together? Why is it so essential today? In the backdrop of the transatlantic relationship almost having fallen apart or having shown very, very prominent fault lines, I think we should in a way thank the Ukraine and Russia conflict to actually give an opportunity to galvanize the transatlantic relationship. The backdrop to the Indo-Pacific, ladies and gentlemen, as per my understanding, is the fault lines of the transatlantic relationship. Whatever we are today, we at least have our United Nations General Assembly. We at least have a Security Council. We have a World Health Organization. We have IMF and we have the World Bank, etc., which were created post-Second World War. So when I talk about post-Second World War, let me just run you through a stage of Cold War 1.0. Bipolar world. Come next, disintegration of USSR. So call it by any name, but I call it as Cold War 2.0. Come to the next stage, the G20 presided by India. That is the watershed mark or the point of beginning of the next Cold War. Let this landmark event be called as the place from where this acronym or the terminology has been coined. It is called as Cold War 3.0. So what does it mean? What does it essentially have, this Cold War 3.0? Why am I saying this is, today while we are all here deliberating on very important issues, we have a background of the pandemic, the economic recession, we have an ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine, we have a huge disruption of the supply chain and essentially the important semiconductor. So in this backdrop, the human-centric development concept which has been actually thrown or proposed by India has thrown up the global south and the rising aspirations to be in the world order. Substantive, meaningful place to make a contribution in decision making so that their grievances and their aspirations are adequately met. So with that, let me just take you to the first slide. I'll cover something about the overview, ladies and gentlemen, a basic concept, and thereafter I'll take you through the geostrategic importance and the growing significance of Indo-Pacific. Why is it important? Next please. So you see, the very concept of this Indo-Pacific is related to the biogeographic region of Earth. And in the past, it used to be treated as two different portions of the world. In 2007, none other than the late Prime Minister of Japan, Mr. Abe, who used this particular expression to indicate that there is a need to establish the fact of interconnectedness of two different regions of the world and the water bodies which are connected, so as to ensure that there is adequate security to the sea lanes of communication and the economics. So the strategy and the economics were brought together for the first time conceptually in the meeting in which the Prime Minister of Japan was addressing in our parliament in India. And there had been a traction on the subject since 2017 when Mr. Donald Trump, he put his full weight and might and gave an impetus to the subject that the time has come. Why the time has come, ladies and gentlemen, is because that we have been responsible to have outsourced everything and created a manufacturing hub in China. 40 long years, from a pin to a missile, from a small strapping stool to anything in a high-end technology, everything is being produced in China. China today is the largest trading partner of all the countries, exception being India and US. In past 2 or 3 years, US and India we are enjoying. US has become the largest trading partner of India. So if that be the kind of background, go next please. Let's take a quick look. What is the concept about? This concept essentially includes that the waters of the Indian Ocean, the Western and Central Pacific. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly bear with me. The request had come from the forum that you need to cover the basics. If some of you are aware of it, kindly bear with me. Those of you who are not, you can ignore it. Basically, it is the Indian Ocean, it is the Pacific Ocean. Both these, with exceptions being what all are not included, the temperate and the polar regions of the Indian and Pacific Ocean and the tropical Eastern Pacific. They are not part of Indo-Pacific. Go next, please. Go next. Yeah. Now the geopolitically, this was used by none other than by a German geopolitician by the name of Karl Hochfeld in the year 1920. Thereafter, he has written a number of papers on the subject. I will not go too much deep into it. Next please. Divided into 3 different segments. The first segment is the Central Pacific or the Central Indo-Pacific. It essentially covers the ASEAN nations, right up to the Marshall Island, and also to larger extent, you have South China Sea, you have the Taiwan Strait, etc., etc. East of that is called as Eastern Indo-Pacific, and west of that, which includes Indian Ocean and to the banks of the eastern coast of Africa, is part of the Western Pacific. Good old days, ladies and gentlemen. This concept, when it started way back in 2010 in US, it used to be called as Hollywood to Bollywood. Sorry. From 2017, the terminology has undergone change. They call it from Hollywood to the east coast of Africa. So that is the kind of expansion, and accordingly the military strategy and the structure, existing structure of America have undergone change. The Pacific Command is looking right up to from Chile coast, that is the western coast of Chile in South America, right up to the east coast of Africa. Next please. Well, we have the geostrategic importance. This region has got the most populous area. It has got 4.3 billion population, and out of 4.3 billion, 2 billion population largely belong to maximum number of democratic countries. Next please. Let's just go back. Yeah, the most important point, the highlights of the geoeconomics in this region is that this is the region which is receiving maximum quantum of the foreign direct investment, 1. Second, it has got the critical and large supply chains of critical technology in this segment. Third, you have a huge biodiversity and natural resources. Talk about the hydrocarbon, talk about anything, the rare earth element, the minerals. Next, it's got a sizable coastline and economic exclusive zone. Last but not the least, it has got the largest economies, that is to include India, China, Japan, and Australia. Next please. Coming on to next please. The growing significance, this is where my part will be finishing, this part, the first round, is that this constitutes, as on today, 40 countries. It may expand in due course of time. Which are the countries? Like the way I had given out in my previous articulation, it covers the countries right from the Marshall Island to the Pacific Islands, 14 countries, to the South China Sea. And if you are interested, I'll just rattle out the names of these countries so that it gives you a broad idea. Australia, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Brunei, Cambodia, You have Korea, you have India, Indonesia, Japan, Laos, Malaysia, Maldives, Mongolia, Myanmar, Nepal, New Zealand, the Pacific Island, 14 of them, Pakistan, People's Republic of China, Philippines, Republic of Korea, ROK, the earlier one was DPRK, Singapore, Sri Lanka, Taiwan, Thailand, Timor, and Vietnam. These are the countries. Now the next point of bullet point, ladies and gentlemen, I would request you to focus on that. This region, it actually accounts for 60% of the world population, more than 65% of world's GDP, 67% of world's indigenous people, 37% of the world poor, 40% of international migrants, 5, that is to include PRC, Japan, India, ROK and Australia, of the largest economies with combined GDP of 29.3 trillion compared to 17.2 trillion for whole of European Union, 27 countries. The next point is very, very interesting and very revealing, ladies and gentlemen. 80% of the global trade are by maritime trade, by volume I'm talking of. Out of this, 70% is by value, transported by sea. And that volume, ladies and gentlemen, 60% of this 80% volume, it transits through this particular corridor, the Indo-Pacific corridor. 60% of the world trade is transiting through this corridor. Ladies and gentlemen, the most interesting part is South China Sea, which I'll cover in the next part, is that approximately 20 to 33% of the 80% of global trade volume passes through South China Sea. Around $5 trillion US dollar annually passes through South China Sea. This is worth of the trade. It involves half of global daily merchant shipping, a third of oil trade, 2/3 of liquid natural gas. In case of China, 64% of its trade is by maritime. It passes through the Indo-Pacific. That itself, it highlights how important is it for China to secure all its lanes of sea communication. In case of Japan, ladies and gentlemen, next slide please. 42% of Japan's maritime trade passes through the South China Sea. In case of India, we have 95% of our trade, complete trade volume, passing through the maritime. In case of the value, it comes to 70%, and out of these, 55% of our trade is through the Indo-Pacific. That is the importance and the significance of Indo-Pacific in respect of all these countries that are there. Taiwan Strait, a word about the Taiwan Strait, it's a key trade route critical to the free flow of commerce that connects Taiwan to like-minded democracies around the world. In the modern world, it is the gateway used by ships of almost every kind of passage to and from nearly all the important ports in Northeast Asia. In 2020, approximately 80% of the largest ships by tonnage and more than 40% of the world's containers fleet pass through the Taiwan Strait. And the strait operates as the main shipping route between China, Japan, US and Europe. That is where I end this particular part, and next part I shall be covering as and when you give me a chance. Last but not the least, ladies and gentlemen, the economic importance of the region makes it a growing, strategically important and significant corridor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is very interesting to see an army man talk about maritime interests, and that too in such depth. Thank you so much. Now I would like to call on stage Commodore Mukesh Bhargav. He is the former member of board and vice president L&T Defence and consultant with Defence and Aerospace.
Thank you, Chair. My gratefulness to Mr. Pradeep Mehta, Guru, as well as Cuts for giving me this opportunity to be here to present to you. As the Chair very rightly said, it is very heartening to see that the landlubbers can talk about the sea and the sea people are supposed to talk about. No, I'll continue to talk about what Sudhakarji did mention. As Guru asked me to cover the elephant in the room, and we all know that the impact of China, and we talking about India's defense security partnership dialogues, deliveries between Indo-US. I've been attending the US-IBC and the US-ISPF meetings for the last 17 years, and we never ever had any meaningful B2B relationship getting established. There have been bits and pieces, but nothing major could be achieved in the last almost about 12 to 14 years. But in the last few years, we have seen this momentum picking up pace, and I think the first session did cover the reason why it has happened. And one of the reasons is the elephant in the room, the China. And being coming from the Navy, I've been asked to cover what is the impact in the Indian Ocean of this, and why is it becoming significant for India to take cognizance of that, and how the creation of Quad, what is the genesis for that. So if you look at China, it is not something which is new that they have started doing in the Indian Ocean region. This has been their age-old policy, but this has picked up momentum recently because of the India's posture, that India has been proactively pushing China on its periphery all along this South China Sea and the Indian Ocean region, and that is what has led to, of course, what happened in Galwan is also the reason for them to speed up their interaction into the Indian Ocean region. What we need to see is, where did this start? It started sometime in the November of 2021, when China formed a corporation called China International Development Cooperation Agency. The purpose of this was that China could not accept that India should be the predominant force, and they need to change that narrative. And the meeting was attended by almost 19 Indian Ocean region countries, and the objective of this was that they need to create a shared development goal for all the countries in this region, which should be controlled by China. And the perspective of blue economy was brought in. They brought the need for the financial, material, technical assistance, and also the maritime disaster prevention for these countries, and gave all this on a platter with the financial assistance to virtually squeeze the cooperation out from this Indian Ocean region countries. What is China's ambition as far as Indian Ocean region is concerned? If you take it, it's basically threefold. First being that as a new world order is emerging in the multipolar world, China wants to establish its predominance in the Indo-Pacific and displace India from where it is. So this is being challenged by the other major powers also, and that's where we see the Quad formation and the AUKUS formation that is taking place. And obviously they also want to promote their own hegemonistic policies. Second part is that Beijing needs Indian Ocean as what they call is the string of pearls theory. We've been talking about the energy security and the need for oil for the growth of the Chinese economy, and between the oil predominance and China is the Indian Ocean region, and that's what brings out the importance of this particular region for China. And the third and the most important one is that they want to establish a new and alternate institution in the Indian Ocean countries, which will help display China's presence and influence in this region. And that is what has led to something which is very, very spectacular, that you find Chinese nuclear submarines not only operating but also getting berthing places into this region. And I'll cover that a little later. We also see that this hegemonistic attitude has led to China declaring those 9 dashes in the South China Sea. Everything west of those 9 dashes, China is claiming as its own territory. And when you create these islands and clear these territories, along with that you get 200 nautical miles of exclusive economic zone and a continental shelf. So virtually you claiming international waters as part of your territory. So these three factors are the main reasons for China to move into the Indian Ocean region with such aggression, and that is what has led to the challenges that has come for the Indian Navy as well as the India's partners. The reason for basing the nuclear submarines into this region is what China has been explaining is to secure the trade routes for its trade and the oil which is being transported along through this trade corridor. And as the previous speaker mentioned, the extent of the trade that goes through that. Now, I am a submariner and a naval officer, and I can tell you that nuclear submarines are not the instruments of sea control. They are the instruments of sea denial. And by placing nuclear submarines rather than the frigates and destroyers is a clear indication of what China is looking at. It's trying to deny the Indian Ocean to the country after which this ocean is named. Other essential part that China has been doing is that they've been cultivating, and this is something which is very, very strange, and it came as a surprise to me, that all the 6 island countries of this Indian Ocean, there are Chinese embassies established. Sri Lanka, Seychelles, Mauritius, Maldives, Madagascar and Comoros. None of the other countries of the world, not even one, has got embassies in all these 6 island nations. UK, France and some of the other Western countries have already got a strange relationship with these countries because of the colonial past. This is what China has leveraged to create not only their embassies but also trying to see how they can influence the policy and the governance of these countries. Some of the examples, if you see, they have been using the corruption, party funding and turning a blind eye to the human rights violation and developing friendship with different political parties in this region. The case in point is China, where they have relationship with all the different political parties. They have the bonhomie with the Rajapaksa regime in the Sri Lanka, and also the close relationship with Abdullah Yameen in the Maldives. And that is what is, and also is Progressive Party of Maldives. In addition to having the port and the berthing rights at Djibouti on the East Africa, Gwadar in Pakistan, and of course the Colombo Port City project which they have taken. Another thing that they have been doing is using their financial muscle as well as the BRI initiative. They have been capturing some of the white elephant projects in these countries by which they are making that country into a debt trap, which is leading to them having an influence over how they control that country and its policies. Now if you see the Chinese investment into these countries, what is its impact onto these countries? If you look at Sri Lanka, was in the doldrums, but it is now slowly coming out from that financial crisis. Pakistan is virtually on the brink of the financial collapse. Kenya requesting for Chinese extension of the loan that is being taken because they are not able to pay back. Djibouti, debt of China is worth nearly half its GDP. So this financial muscle of extending the financial aid is being used by China as a tool for controlling the countries and their economies. So basically they have created what is called the Indian Ocean Forum and challenging Indian influence and the presence in the Indian Ocean. The main objective is that Indian Ocean is no longer going to be India's ocean is what they are looking at. And I think I will stop at that and then take up the next issue, which is pertaining to the technology cooperation between India and US and its impact on the Indian industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much for
elaborating on the extent of engagement that China has in IOR, and it is kind of eye-opener. I mean, like the issue, if you can address further, that India doesn't have the deep pockets. Maybe some of the Western countries like US has. So how do we get, come together and address the issue?
Well, India does not have the financial muscle that the Chinese have. But what India has been able to do is it's using its technology and the technical competence, and also its diplomatic relationship. And what we saw in the G20, India is trying to create a kind of a relationship with these countries, especially if you recollect, in 2014, the first thing that the Prime Minister Modi did, the previous government was talking about Look East policy, and when he came to power, he started talking about Act East policy. The first country that he visited was Japan, and the first other countries that he went around were all the littoral countries of the Indian Ocean region. So from the very first time of taking over the government, his objective has been to create a semblance of bonhomie and extending, and there are numerous examples of India extending the financial, economic and the disaster relief to create the kind of feeling, not that of a big brother, but as of an extended family, which was coined in the G20 as Vasudev Kutumbakam. I think that is the way India is trying to counter. Of course, they don't have the financial muscle, and the cooperation with Quad and also with I2U2 is also going to be lead to create that kind of influence, which is to counter what China has been able to do through their financial strength.
Thank you, sir. Now we would like to move on to the next speaker, Mr. Prabhu Sharma, who is the President of Raytheon in India and South Asia.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm representing Raytheon Technologies today. And just a brief introduction of myself. I'm a former colonel from the Indian Army and served for more than 2 decades, commanded an air defense regiment. After almost 10 years back, I took premature retirement, worked as an editor in a leading defense journal and a defense analyst. And for the last 7 years plus, I've been with Raytheon Technologies, and currently I lead the Raytheon defense business for India and South Asia. And I'm also in the process of setting up a private limited company for which I'm the managing director for India. So that said, I would like to say a word about RTX, that is Raytheon Technologies. That is the larger company, and RTX today is one of the largest aerospace and defense companies in the world. Our global team comprises of 180,000 employees. Net sales for the last year were almost $70 billion. And we are advancing aviation, building smarter defense systems, and creating innovations to take us deeper right from space to the defense domain. Maybe have the next slide, please. So our capabilities encompass, next slide, advanced systems and services for commercial, military and government customers worldwide, right from the aviation, space and defense domains. And just to highlight here that Raytheon Technologies was formed with the merger of United Technologies Corporation and Raytheon Company in the year 2020. And today we have 3 defense businesses. One is Collins Aerospace, the second is Pratt & Whitney Engines, and third is Raytheon Defense. And our Raytheon Technologies headquarters is at Washington, DC. Now coming on to the next point of interest, I think for this entire gathering is our footprint in India. And that also is my first point which I've been told to speak about, is the experience of RTX in India. Next chart please. So Collins Aerospace is one of the BUs, one of the business units, And we have been in India since 1997. We have 7 facilities. Previous slide, please. We have 7 facilities with almost 5,000 plus employees. We are going to hire 2,000 more as shown on the Buford. Till date, we have invested around $600 million. And when I say that, it is in creation of infrastructure and permanent facilities we have located at Bangalore, in Hyderabad. And in fact, we have inaugurated a new manufacturing facility and a global engineering technology center in November last year, in wherein around $200 million have been spent. So that said, this enterprise is perhaps one of the largest aerospace and defense exporters from the country. We are doing, last year we did $400 million worth of exports, to include $250 million of civil aerospace and defense manufacturing, and $150 million worth of R&D work which is executed from our centers in Bangalore. And this year we are expecting to cross $500 million. Collins also is partnering extensively with academic partners in the country, NASSCOM, SAE India, and basically working on developing programs under the Skill India project. Next chart, please. Next business vertical is Pratt & Whitney. So Pratt & Whitney has supported India's growth for almost 6 decades plus. And the first being Air India's first Boeing 707, which had come to India. As you can see, we have more than 1,500 engines in the air, and the latest being the C-17 Globemasters, and plus the Pilatus trainers. And apart from that, Pratt & Whitney is also gradually increasing its presence here, and we are in the process of establishing a global engineering technology center. Around $100 million worth of investments are going in this year. Hiring new people, around 1,000 plus people will be hired there. Currently, they have a workforce of almost 700 in the country. They have a R&D center and a training center at Hyderabad. Also, they have research and development partnerships with the IISc, the Indian Institute of Science at Bangalore. Next chart, please. Coming on to Raytheon, this is actually my domain, and I am leaving this particular vertical like I expressed to you. So we have been here for more than 20 years. We've participated, as you can see, in the various projects, and I can count them of course, but most of them have been till now on a government-to-government basis. These are niche technologies which are in service with the free services, with the space, with the Airport Authority of India, with ISRO. And I'm happy to say that our technologies are very well respected by the defense services as well as other domains like Airport Authority and space. So we are in the process of purposely setting up this private limited company I spoke of, because just to bolster, just to concentrate on partnerships, because again we talk about growing our presence here, but that we understand is only possible with partnerships, and especially so because all the 3 business verticals I just spoke of, they are 100% foreign owned subsidiaries, and there's a reason for that. The reason for that is that there are certain big challenges when it comes to the stipulations of the defense acquisition procedure. For one, like for instance, we have the stipulation of a definition of an Indian vendor. If you exceed foreign direct investment of more than 49%, you are not authorized to participate in any Indian tender. So what that leaves us with is that we need to have partnerships, which we are currently in the process of establishing. I'm so happy to say that in the last maybe 4 years, we've had some very good we've identified new partners wherein we are manufacturing components of missile systems. One of them is a very famous missile, I can take the name here. is the Stinger missile, and you'll be surprised to know that almost 1/3 of the components of the missile are being manufactured here in India by small and large companies. So that is the expertise which is available in India, and we recognize, of course, that India is going to spend $130 billion in the next 7 to 8 years when it comes to post-modernization. And India is the third largest defense, buyer in the world. Our economy is doing extraordinarily well. Maybe next 5 years we'll reach the 5 trillion mark. Today we are 3.7 trillion. And this I'm saying on behalf of not just myself, but the decision makers in my company also realize this, that in the last maybe 1 decade, if you see just the foreign direct investment which has come into the country, maybe $540 billion has come into the country from 162 countries. So that shows the kind of trust being imposed in the present, dispensation, the present government. So I'm sure any industry would like to be a part of this defense and civil aerospace ecosystem, and so are we. We understand the advantages, and our past experience in India has been, of course, apart from the 1/6 labor costs, maybe 1/10 is the hiring cost for an engineer. So if you hire an engineer in maybe US, or person of a caliber from a MIT or IIT graduate, perhaps he'll cost you around $300 per hour. In India, it is less than $50. And this is a huge advantage for defense manufacturers. And I'd like to highlight here that 5,000 people employed at Bangalore by Collins, almost 3,000 are engineers, and out of this, 30% are either PhDs or postgraduates. And mostly from institutes like IIT. So that said, and apart from that, you have the cost competitive country vendor arbitrage. That is, if you carry out a comparative analysis of the manufacturing costs anywhere in the world, perhaps India offers you an advantage of almost 30%. And of course, you have bunch of talent, engineers, English-speaking engineers. And you have the advantage of lease arbitrage. There are states which are offering you, land on lease for 99 years, where 3 generations can actually utilize the facilities for manufacturing. So all of this inclusive counts up to very big advantages from the business point of view. But again, the challenges when it comes to defense technology transfer and what we are doing for the country, the challenges are many, and I'm sure people are looking at those very seriously, how to resolve them. Some of them I'd like to highlight, just a couple of them. Firstly, when it comes to US technology, and we've been talking about the difficulties in getting ITAR clearances, getting the releasability done for manufacturing, for co-development and co-production here. The panel in the morning went upon this at length. So the fact remains that our defense acquisition procedure, or our erstwhile TPP, defense procurement procedure, and the FMS releasability process is quite misaligned. Now when I say FMS, any technology which has to be released by the US government, the ownership of the design for which rests with the US government, they have a process in place, and that is called the ENDP, that is, exception for national disclosure policy. In the sense that to start the releasability process, they have to have a letter, or maybe an indication, a government letter from Indian side going to the US side to authorize them to start the process. Now this perhaps we are talking about the misalignment in terms of the processes. So I'm so happy to say that currently both the sides are, very in deep discussions how to resolve this conflict. Because the fact remains that if a tender today comes out from the defense services, and if it is under the buy Indian category or buy other buying in ITDM or buying Make Indian category, all of these cannot be responded to by a foreign company. Firstly, can't be, front-ended by me sitting here in Raytheon India, because I'm not I'm beyond 49% FDI. But even if I want to start the participation with a partner, the releasability process of that niche technology, it is challenging. So these impediments are being looked at very, very seriously by both the sides, and I'm very hopeful the kind of impetus being given at the highest level. You can see that both the joint statements which have been issued on 23rd of June at USA when Prime Minister Modi had gone to Washington DC, and now on 8th of September when there has been a bilateral meeting between the US President and the Indian Prime Minister. So all of this inclusive, I think it's headed to the right direction. One of the challenges what we face is, of course, the aspect of achieving indigenous content. So that also is being looked at by both the sides as to how to, achieve this threshold. So the general consensus is that instead of a tender asking for, 50% content upfront at the first item, the first prototype which is produced, or the first item at the production stage. So we are insisting, and we are gradually coming to a consensus with the Indian MOD as well, that you have to look at the entire product, the contract performance duration. Like for instance, if the deliveries have to be completed in 5 or 6 years, don't ask for the entire thing upfront. Don't insist on 50% indigenous content at trial stage. So if you are calculating the indigenous content done, manufactured here in India, then perhaps you should look at the end till the end of the delivery. So all of these items, I'm sure, would assist in achieving this co-development and co-production aspiration what we have. And I think that's work under progress. And as we talk today, someone was talking that will there be a stage ever where we will be able to look at co-development and co-production. And I was just telling General here in the afternoon over the lunch table that Miss Heidi Shue, who is the Under Secretary of Defense Research and Engineering from US DoD, she's here with a team of 80 persons since the last maybe 3 or 4 days. She's going to remain here throughout the week. And what is she doing is, she's interacting with the Research and Development Fraternity of India, that is DRDO, discussions at the defense production, discussions with the Ministry of Defense, going to even the startup forums. The Ministry of Defense production has taken her to the IDEX fellows, the companies which have been selected. And of course, she's looking after the intersex, she's looking at IDEX, she's also looking at how to, get to this level platform where we can actually start co-development and co-production from the scratch. Of course, that's going to take time. Like General Ahuja was bringing out the morning, it can't happen in a jiffy. But that work is being looked at, and I'm sure in the years to come, this will bear fruit, and maybe some co-development and co-production programs reach fruition. So that said, I'll stop here for the first part. And then in the second part of my talk, I'll talk about the Indo-US Defense Cooperation in terms of tech transfer and where we are right now. Thank you.
For providing a very realistic picture of where India-US collaboration is when it comes to defense cooperation. So now we'll move on to Dipanjan R. Chaudhary. He is the diplomatic editor of the Economic Times India. He will be able to give us a bird eye view, outsider point of view, especially not the stakeholders which are involved here. Please, Dipanjan.
Thank you, Ritu. Thanks, Mr. Mehta, who's not here, and other members of the CUTS for inviting me. I'm not a specialist on defense. I mostly follow foreign affairs and strategic issues. And since yesterday, a person who runs a country whose neighbor of US has kept me busy, I describe him as a joker and nothing else actually. So sorry. So I would, look at this. I mean, my points in a little different way of Indo-US political relationship and the strategic partnership. And there are a couple of areas I thought I would be able to be more frank and candid in describing this relationship. I think despite the legacy and the past perceptions and the way US has looked at India, India has looked at US, the current government in India is the most pro-American government in the history of independent India, I would say. Look at Prime Minister Modi came to power in 2014. The first Republican chief guest under this government was the US President Barack Obama, who was here. Of course, things like civil nuclear deal is yet to fructify, and succeeding US presidents have tried hard. Come fast forward, Donald Trump comes to power. While many countries in the world, including in Europe, was not receiving Trump, but I think there was a chemistry between the Indian Prime Minister and Donald Trump, and larger, geopolitical interests brought US and India together. And since Biden had come to power, and President Biden as Vice President had traveled to India earlier and had, and is quite familiar with India because he was chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee for many, many years as a senator, and had received Prime Minister Modi when he was the Vice President under President Obama. So there is a chemistry, and of course everybody has spoken about the China factor, which has brought the two countries closer than before in the last 2 years. Of course, I would say that Doklam was the first instance when the US played an important role in sharing certain information in addressing the issue. The BRICS summit was coming up in China. China had also sort of, grudgingly kind of addressed it because it was also in a third country territory. In the last session, there was a comment which I think Colonel Singh had also mentioned and others about the technology transfer from US to India. And I find that I have been kind of discussed with some of the US interlocutors in my very, very limited capacity as that, and General Saha and others qualify this much better, and General Sahani, that there is very, very limited scope in India for pilferage in terms of technology. I think from the early 1980s or even earlier, we have been using the Russian or the Soviet and the French equipment together. I have never heard from them that there has been, by either side, that there has been pilferage on that. So the US fears, I would say, is unfounded in that sense, because I have heard from a leading member of the strategic community of India, and I don't want to name him, that he is not in the military, and that the US had deterred on offering F-35 to India because we had decided to buy S-400, and S-400 probably have the capacity to catch. I mean, I was told to catch the F-35, but I guess we did not go for the F-35. Is also the price factor rather than is the technology that S-400 would catch in F-35. The trust is the biggest factor in any strategic partnership that two countries build. Today, Five Eyes talk to each other or demand statements from each other or support because of the trust, and not just because they are part of the Anglo-Saxon world and the same has the same religious background. Indo-US trust took time to develop and is still developing. In the last session, there was a mention of the Afghanistan and how India has, India has been let down, of course, in Afghanistan by the sudden decision of President Biden. Although I would say that President Biden, even before coming to power, had written an article in Foreign Affairs, if I'm not wrong, if I remember correctly, that one of his priorities would be to withdraw from Afghanistan if he is elected president. And the suddenness of that, of course, leaves certain doubts in the minds of the Indian strategic and policy makers how far to go with the US. and whether they are not going to move out, suddenly kind of drop you and go. And there are many such examples around the globe, and this is probably not the only example. There are sensitivities in the recent times, and I don't want to go into the specifics, particularly in India's eastern neighborhood, where elections is coming up in a particular country, and US and India don't seem to be on the same page with regard to elections and the future of elections in that country. Indian interlocutors have tried explaining this to the Americans, and I believe that the US policymakers are coming on board on this slowly and steadily. I think they need to understand South Asia. I feel that, of course, as a bigger power, and probably now world is only superpower, they probably not devote enough time in DC to some of these countries, which may not be critical to them, but very, very critical to India. In terms of India's neighborhood. And therefore, a better sensitivity is needed on the American part to understand the Indian compulsions with certain countries, both to the west as well as to the east. And also, India and US differences on Myanmar are not unknown. In terms of the sudden steps that have been sudden, or in the sense the sweeping sanctions that has been put on Myanmar, and which only kind of has pushed the junta closer to Beijing, despite that junta is organically, or Myanmarese organically, are not very fond of the Chinese, unlike some of the Southeast Asian countries. These are some of the differences which exist, and I believe that these need to be addressed to take the strategic partnership to the next level, now that we are and would we become a global strategic partners. But while this is welcome, I think India is too big a country to become treaty ally of the US. I think even the Americans also understand that now, and has been Kurt Campbell also, I think a couple of months back, recognized that India is too big to become a treaty ally of the Americans, and therefore expectations has to be managed from both sides. In the recent period, I think a classic fructification of the strategic partnership has been the IMEC, India Middle East Europe Economic Corridor. I don't know how much will that help Europe, because to reach Europe there are other pathways, including from the Suez Canal, and I'm sure countries don't want to rob Egypt, which is an important country, the Arab world, their largest economic source of income. But it was essentially the Indo-US negotiations which led to this deal, and it was not a 7-party or 8-party discussion. It was Indo-US negotiations which led to this corridor being put in place, announced coinciding with the G20 summit, because all the other leaders were coming, and India indirectly also provided a platform to President Biden and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman to shake hands. The relationship are currently frosty between Saudi and US, and this also provided Saudi Arabia and US a platform to engage with each other. While we get closer to and develop a closer strategic partnership with the US and vice versa, I think India as a country, as an emerging economy with $2,000 per capita income, as I foresee for the next foreseeable future, would maintain a very multipolar foreign policy approach while developing very close ties with the West, primarily because of the technology, not just defense technology, for high tech in various sectors, critical medicine, would probably, not put eggs in one basket. And I just don't mean US here. I mean a plethora of countries. So one would see, India being continued to be in the room in SCO, even if India does not contribute in a major way in the developments in that region. Eurasia remain important for India, and therefore I personally believe that it's important for India to be in it's important for every country to be in every room and every grouping. India would not like to come out of the SCO, and we all saw, what happened in the BRICS summit in terms of expansion, despite some reports by some, I would say, ill-informed media in the West about the BRICS expansion. Probably they did not get the dynamics correctly, and India's presence in the BRICS summit actually shaped also the G20 outcome, because there was a sense that if BRICS gets stronger, in the sense the global South will further drift away from the West, and therefore it would not be in the interest of the G7 to not allow a consensus to come in G20. And I think India leveraged its power very well. And with US support, the meeting which Mr. Sharma mentioned about on September 8, a day before the G20, I think it sealed a lot of things. Our meeting between President Biden and Prime Minister Modi paved the way, because US gave full support for this consensus, for this formulation on Ukraine in the G20 declaration, while some of the powers may not have liked it. The other issue, in terms of, there's mention of when and as and when India becomes a member of NATO, but I think this is still under discussion. If India ever becomes a member of NATO, I could, with some degree of, I wouldn't say confidence, but some degree of certainty, India may also want to be a member of CSTO. There have been such suggestions within the government that, if we open up channel within NATO, we should also open up channels with CSTO. While CSTO is currently under stress because of the Armenia-Azerbaijan crisis. I see Quad as a grouping, as a global force for good, and I don't know if Quad would ever become, and currently I guess because of India's own concept of strategic autonomy, doesn't want Quad to be a military alliance, and I don't know that whether it ever becomes. Once one Japanese diplomat had told me some years back, he was supposed to that worst comes to worst, maybe in 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, the militarization of the Quad is probably the ultimate goal. And this was before, this Taiwan crisis, I'm talking about 2018-19 when he was posted in India. That apart, currently the Quad is trying, I guess, is putting in place a lot of other elements and giving alternative to various countries. I think one thing that should be kept, India's situation vis-a-vis China is much precarious compared to any of the G7 or any of the other countries, because nobody shares this. Apart from India and Bhutan, China has solved all boundary problems, be it with a weaker weaker Russia in the 90s, or with the Central Asian countries and other countries. I'm talking about land boundaries. So we are in a difficult situation in that way. And it is important for India to be in various groups where China is present, to not allow China to dominate the entire proceedings, be it BRICS, be it SCO, be it G77, be it in any other form, including in NAM, where China as an observer tries to kind of push Pakistan to push its agenda, and it happened for the last 5 years when Azerbaijan was the head of the NAM chair, and through Azerbaijan, Pakistan had tried to push its agenda. Finally, of course, India cut a deal with Azerbaijan, and the final outcome was different. The other areas where I think where the noise is coming down in the US partnership, but remains an area of discomfort, and I don't know how this can be addressed, is the issue of sanctions. Issue of sanctions, because today India is a global player, and India has interest not just in Iran or Myanmar, limited in Syria or other countries, but the sanctions are always not helping India in a way, not just for commercial interest, I would say for strategic goals as well. Again, what happens is that India, due to sanction, and Indian banks and Indian companies maintain very strict adherence to these, doesn't want to take risks, get into this secondary sanctions concept, and therefore abide by the sanctions. But then these countries find an easy way out through the Chinese. the China-Iran, kind of the dealings that they have. China-Iraq dealings. Iraq supplies oil to China. China makes the construction in Iraq. Iraq today is not under sanctions. I mean, there are these kind of challenges where I think there's a need for the two countries to sit and discuss. I think this is my humble position that India and US need to form a task force, need to form a joint working group on sanctions to understand, because if you are a global partner, of course, US has its own interest and guided by certain own laws and the Senate rulings, but need to find a way out. Like indirectly, India got a carve out for S-400. I mean, US looked the other way around, right? And of course, this was before the war, definitely. India has got certain other carve outs also. I mean, because US is also buying those elements from Russia, and India is also buying those things, like for example, fertilizer. I recently saw, US is the largest, or Russia has emerged as the largest fertilizer supplier to US, and US is allowing that to countries like India. So, but we need to, narrow down the differences and sit together and form a joint working group to address the issue of sanctions. Thank you.
थैंक यू दीपांजन। आपने बहुत सारे ऐसे एरियाज को टच किया जो शायद बाकी किसी ने नहीं किया था अब तक। काफ़ी सारे हमें पॉइंट्स भी मिले इस बारे में वार्तालाप करने के लिए। Now I'll open the floor for other people to ask questions, even though I want to hear the panelists again, but we are running against time. तो समय की कमी के कारण आप सभी से आग्रह है कि आप सवाल पूछिए। Sir.
My question may be a little hypothetical. But in the first session, there was a mention of China, India, Egypt being civilizational states.
Can you hear me? Now, when we talk in terms of a timeline of history of nation states and civilizational states, the timeline changes. In nation states, you talk in terms of 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. In civilizational states, it goes to 50 years to 100 years or more. For a moment, my question is particularly to Mr. Chaudhary, who, being a journalist and a senior journalist at that, and has spoken vaguely on this subject. How do you foresee, and besides America, China has been the other main topic today. 50 years down the line, or 25 years down the line, or maybe even earlier, when the present leadership, communist leadership of China changes or is no longer there, how do you visualize things panning out?
I mean, it's very difficult to answer this, but I feel that this is my view. I feel there will be another Deng moment in China. I mean, I feel after this person, there will be someone, who will again try to engage differently with the world, like Deng had done almost 44 years back. I think there will be a leader. Communist Party of China has certain goals. I think there are many qualified people. I think their goal is to absorb Taiwan by 2047, when they complete 100 years of the CPC. So these are certain goals. They're going about the goals irrespective of whosoever is in power. There is a certain pattern they follow. I have noticed over the years, irrespective of again who is in power. But there is an internal churning going on within China. I mean, it was the economy which forced a personality like Deng to emerge, who was also, he was purged. He has also, but he had a European exposure. He and Lenin studied together in Paris at some point of time. So, in the 1920, in the decade of 1910 to 20. So he had that, kind of an exposure, and he wanted to open up the economy, of course, with the Chinese characteristics. So maybe there will be somebody who will be a reformist in China, will come in a different way, and depending on how the Chinese economy performs. I think one of the reasons currently US is also engaging with the Chinese is primarily economic. I mean, this opening up of this engagement is happening because the US economy is also dependent to a large extent on the Chinese economy. So, and the bonds that China has bought from the US Treasury for over the years. So, how do China react to this? I mean, whether the economic internal, the bust bubbles, the bubble bursts, and that it creates some kind of a new leadership. But it's a monolith, it's one party, I mean, it moves around as one force, and maybe someday a day will come.
It was the same situation in Russia till 91, and overnight things changed. It can happen in China too.
Russia is it's a different country. It's a different civilizational stage altogether. It's always looked for all these countries look for strong. So Russia is a bigger state. Slavs are different than the Huns, right?
If I can just add.
Yeah, if I can just add, one line to what Dipanjan is saying with reference to say your question. If you go back, in 71, when you were one of our most revered war veterans of that time, if you recollect that time, Sir Kissinger was building bridge, leveraging on Pakistan for relationship with China. That was exactly 50 years back, sir. Now you see 50 years hence, it seems the bonhomie of US-China is nosediving. And suddenly US-India is going up there. So I think in a sense, when you put some timelines to nation and civilizational, even in this triangulation of relationship, I think 50 years has significance. And I think we are seeing the beginning of these 50 years, because between 71 and 91, when Deng came, there was a time gap. So I think we are now seeing that time gap period in this larger, spectrum of activity. Thank you.
Lady in the back.
Can I? Sorry. What you said about Kissinger and 70 and 71, your colleague Shekhar Dutt in the National Security Advisory Board mentioned the same thing, and he questioned Kissinger about opening up China, America helping China to open up. And when Kissinger complained about 20 years ago when he came to India and met them, Kissinger denied, or almost denied. He said no, he had no hand in opening up China.
Yes, good afternoon everyone. My question is to all the panel members actually, in the context of this Indian defense and security partnership between India and US. Right, my question is where to pose the environmental threat or climate change right now. In this context, I haven't heard about it. So I want to know to all panel members that what is their notion about it, because South China Sea is becoming a very dangerous place for, as the security exercise between USA and China, it is actually making the entire water environment very worse. So I want to hear about it. Thank you very much.
Would you like to take the bull by fall?
Yeah, please. Yeah, please.
I think the time is in my favor. So I had this part in my second part of my talk, and yes, you are very right. When we come to discuss about the maritime security, and particularly South China Sea, this is a very important component which has been identified by USA to collaborate with like-minded nations in the region, and particularly India. For example, just to reinforce what you have alluded to, the La Nina events, which leads to causing of cyclones, tsunamis. This is a very important clause which is identified in one of the agreements, and I had given in my proposal that India and USA, under the heading which Puru had alluded to, that cooperation between the countries, USA, India and like-minded nations, these are the threats which we need to look into, particularly the environmental threat. Why? because South China has also the corridor which is extending towards the Pacific. They are very vulnerable and prone to these kind of natural disasters. So therefore there is a requirement to synergize effort, have disaster management capability amongst all the nations. There are some choke points which I wanted to cover but the time didn't permit. Along the choke points we have the surveillance capability. Till yesterday I was not aware that at Malacca Strait there is a choke point. In the choke point, India enjoys the right to have surveillance capability. Whenever any submarine of China is transiting through, the moment it passes through Malacca Strait, our air gets airborne and they keep monitoring the movement. So this is the second part. The third part which you are saying is about the issues related to yeah, I think I've covered, that is about the natural disasters. So these factors have already been identified. Maybe in foreseeable future some kind of agreement is going to be taken up by both the nations.
I look after the policy advocacy of Club of Rome in India. So you're more than welcome to come and discuss with me this. But just to tell you, I think the biggest challenge that has happened is that India is looking at action, whereas the rest of the world has been, developed world has been talking about it in the air. As you've seen the IPCC report that came out, which looked at 1.5 degrees, there has been no action. So what have we done here? India-China had actually set up India-China climate collaborative setup. We had set up an office in Kunming and one in Guwahati, which was to look after the eastern Himalayas and the Himalayan region. Thanks to the Galwan, that's gone FUD as of now. But what have we done now? In the G20, we have steered and got the advanced nations along with Conservation International, as you're aware, with Naturenomics and Malipara Foundation. They've looked at a billion trees and 1 billion hectares of land to come out from the eastern Himalayas to the mangrove forest. We've taken up the action of resuscitation and regenerated plantation in the mangrove forest. So what you're finding is that the country, India, is steering a lot of efforts in the global south to look at climate mitigation and mitigation strategies. And if you look at the Mujib Plan 2021 and the Delta Plan of Bangladesh, which has already come out, they've already started I would say they've already started research on being able to have seeds being steered in India in semi-saline water. So if you go to Kerala backwaters, you see a lot of area which has got inundated by seawater and it's no longer cannot be utilized or exploited for agriculture. They have already reached that level. So I think the global south, with the effort of some of the countries at Pointsman, whether it's Vietnam, whether it's Indonesia, whether it is here, in the non-traditional, non-governmental space, with a backing and the overarching support of them, climate change are being addressed. But let me just put it, America is like a yo-yo, so you really can't say. The national indices that had been decided by nations in the Paris Accord, India has already met them, I think 3 years before the time. The rest of the world has actually not even addressed them. They want to rechange those nationally decided indices which they were supposed to achieve. So we can discuss this later. It's something which I'm pushing these days, an interesting area.
Last question, please.
May I go question? Okay, thanks. First of all, thank you so much, Cuts and Pushpinder, to your all collaborative efforts that you have made, and it's a very forum that we have been witnessing. So my question, I was supposed to ask this question in the last session itself, but could not do that. With Manjari, all your thoughts that we have.
Continue. So. Hello. Time is over. कोई बात नहीं. Very good. Hello. ऐसी बोल दीजिए. मंजरी, आपके 3 पॉइंट थे, इसमें फेस था आपका with regards to US Indo relationship.
Phase 1, imbalanced relationship.
phase 2 relationship to be initiated, and phase 3 is the strategic global and comprehensive strategic partnership between US and America. And I would also request Dipanjan on that part to put their thought. So, you know, it all started from 1995, I guess, Manjari, if I'm not wrong, you quoted that. And you clearly mentioned it, global and comprehensive strategic relationship between India and US. So my question is, first off, whatever is happening, is this because of China's aggression or aggressive approach towards world, or probably, you know, supporting Pakistan, or doing a lot of tantrums and blah blah, all that stuff, and because of that, you know, America and India is closing or coming close. Second is, or it is because of any political framework that is there existing between both the nations, which includes India and America, right?
Could you be quick about the question, please?
So there are 3 questions.
Okay.
The first was that, is it happening just because of the China's aggression, or the China's steps, or the China's, whatever China is doing right now? And you know, I also did this to the pandemic that happened, the corona one. And then the second question is this because of, you know, political framework that has, you know, taken place between both the countries? Probably I would not comment any of the political party. And the third question is, why was it not felt earlier? Why, you know, now America is coming close, or probably India is putting more effort on that part?
Just one question, please, because everybody is waiting. There is another gentleman who wants to ask the question. We can't allow, like, so much of questions.
So I put
just take one and please.
So I put this on your wisdom, on jury's wisdom. You know, any question they can answer.
Could you please ask the question?
Hello.
Dr. Panda here from Central University. I have 2 questions to both the questions are related. So to our distinguished military officers, what prevents China not to invade Taiwan soul? First thing, what prevents? Why I am saying it? Because either these 2 gentlemen might ponder over that, think that whether China is overestimated power or underestimated power or real power, because China has never fought a war since its origin. First, second thing, whether the US is trying to put both India and China in a Thucydides trap, because both are emerging powers. That 2 things can.
Okay, just let me put it. We have a one China policy. Does US subscribe to it? I'm saying the rest of the world, India does, the US subscribes. I put it that the probability, though it's being built up, and it was also flagged in the central, I would say in one of their security committees, that the probability of war, and one of the generals have talked about it going to 5 years down the line. I don't think that's going to be the aim as far as Xi Jinping is concerned. If today China is a part of India, or Taiwan is a part of China, why should he have to do an assault to be able to capture his own area? Are you getting my point? So I think there's a fundamental crux which needs to be understood. The probability of wanting to annex Taiwan by a military aggression will not be the answer which China would like. And all the policies of Sun Tzu's teaching or the Confucian great knowledge that you have, in my view, will never happen as of now. Even if he wanted to, there is an island chain which is part of Taiwan, which is just on the outskirts or on the outer coastal linkages of China. It can always occupy that area. So what I'm trying to say is, an all-out aggression, I am always a little circumspect as far as US is concerned when it keeps talking about this in a larger context. I don't think it's going to be a probability. If China has to occupy it, I think it will do it. I might be at discourse or discord with a lot of other people who are sitting here, but that's my personal view. And the second issue which I just wanted to touch upon is related to, I think, what he talked about. I think the Indo-US relations really coming close together is it's a matter of today when you talk about geopolitics and geoeconomics. If the geoeconomic center of gravity is shifted to the ASEAN and the Asia Pacific area, and it has been growing at about 4% plus, and the Euro-Atlantic at about 1.5–2%, it makes greater sense to be part of that part of the area. And the second trigger that really got US back into this area is the fact of how closely China has been able to influence the Saudi princes, the Saudi prince to be able to do this rapprochement that started in the area of the Middle East. This worry, and so wherever US has given space, it has found it has lost out. It is wanting to regain space what it left out at the Clark Air Base in Indonesia, looking for a chance to get back. It has lost space out here, and I was part also, like some of them, part of the talks that happened between India and Israel. And the reason is, the two leaders who will go in for the next 4 decades, who are going to be in primacy, is Macron and the NBS. The rest are all fading lights. They've got another 5–10 years to go. So you need to be with them. And that is the logic for Indo-US relationship. For the defense technology, that's my personal view, is the fact that the defense technology of people who will be 50 years, that's the lifespan of a weapon system or a platform. The two countries that are remaining will still be France and the US. So our relationship over a period of time have to go there. The others will remain as pillars, but they might denude and get diminished in the stature that they enjoy today in the world space. So this 50-year bit is what I would look at is the underlying principle where you're looking at relationships developing or not developing. I mean, that's my personal thing, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you everyone. I think you can also touch base with Manjari for clarifying the issues that you have. So we'll conclude the session now, and thank you everyone for the patience, and thank you panelists for sharing your wisdom with us. Thank you everyone.
Thank you. A round of applause for everyone. Thank you. We started with the rat in the room, which was technology transfer between India and US. And we ended up with the elephant in the room. Since everybody had good lunch, we may have the third session now on the China, India, US. No, I'm joking. That is for some other day. With this, we have come to the end of our second session. This was a very informative and knowledgeable session. I would now call upon from Kut's team to give over the mementos. First to our chair and moderator, to Ritu Sharma, please. The idea for these kind of workshops, this is the second workshop of the series, and then we have the 3 more. Please come into the center. Next, I would like to call upon Lieutenant General Arun Sahni, sir. Next, Major General Sudhakar ji.
Madam,
Mr. Prabodh Sharma. Prabodh Sharma, sir. Mr. Dipanjan Chaudhary.
भैया
Commodore Mukesh Bhargava, sir. Thank you, dear panelists, chair and moderator, for carrying such an informative and knowledgeable session. With this, we'll conclude the session, and also I would like to call upon Arnab Ganguly to deliver the closing remarks. There's a reminder, there will be a form, a feedback form, which you would be having. Kindly please give it to Kutch representatives by the end of this session.
Samji,
Thank you and very good afternoon to everyone. And you know, it has been a very, I would say, a learning experience for all of us. So, you know, we have kind of discussed on why the Indo-Pacific is so significant, you know, their implication on the present US-India relation, you know, where we are standing right now and where we are heading and what needs to be done to make it fruitful. So all these things have, all these discussions have happened, and we will soon be, you know, collating all the key points and preparing a report, and we'll be sharing with all of you. Meanwhile, we are tweeting, we are active over Twitter, so you can request everyone to, you know, we have been tweeting and we have tagged many of you, so we request everyone to please retweet them. With this, let me thank each and every one of you for being with us throughout the day and giving us your inputs to help us understand the intricacies of these issues very well. Now, first of all, in this I would like to thank the US Consulate General Kolkata and the US Embassy New Delhi for supporting this initiative. We have had the privilege of having the air attaché from the New Delhi Embassy with us in the opening session. And also, to conclude, I thank all the speakers, all the session moderators, all the participants to be here, to be with us, and for, you know, giving us their, sharing their thoughts with us. Thank you, and have a good day.